45 seconds. Fifteen seconds.
This is the Glenn Beck program. We're talking to Elijah Schaffer, who is a Blaze TV host, slightly offensive, and he is one of the guys that goes out into the streets and is actually documenting what's happening in the streets in Portland and Seattle and now in Kenosha, Wisconsin. And there was a bad shooting, two bad shootings yesterday. And can you set up this interview quickly for me?
Yeah. So there is a pretty interesting moment here. And are you referring by interview to just what actually happened, or what?
No, the interview, the interview with the alleged shooter.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. So approximately an hour before the shooting, there was a business that was previously targeted by rioters in the first two nights. That was completely boarded up. That was surrounded by what appeared to be militia-like, or nothing criminal. There's nothing wrong with Americans holding guns.
No, especially if you don't think the police are coming. If you're protecting property, God bless you.
Yeah, and if you want to defund the police, well, someone's going to have to step in and to protect their own property.
Yes.
So, I approached them because something in me actually enjoys seeing people step up to have pride in what they own. And so I asked these people protecting this place, do you guys own this property? And the individuals told me, this belonged to a friend. I can't confirm that, but they said that.
Okay.
And so then I noticed that they had used tear gas or CS gas on the rioters who were approaching and successfully got them away from the building. And so I thought that was an interesting thing. I go, wow, they actually properly defended a piece of private property without using lethal force, but also successfully were able to do in what appeared to be a better job than local law enforcement, who seemed to have their hands tied protecting the government property. So I asked this young man, who was down there, just are these guns basically loaded, or do you have lethal rounds? And are you prepared to use lethal force to protect property?
Okay, let me play
let me know that. Yeah.
Let me play the interview. Here it is.
We're protecting from the citizens, and I just got pepper sprayed by a person in the crowd.
So you had non-lethal, but you didn't respond.
We don't have non-lethal.
So you guys are full on ready to defend the property?
Yes, we are. Now, if I can ask, can you guys step back? Medical, EMS right here. I'm an EMT.
Need a medic?
So it shows that they were there to protect that particular building, but also it shows that they were providing medical, and it didn't matter who was hurt. Then about an hour later, I'm going to play the video and describe the scene, what's happening here. This is a guy laying down on the street. I think that's the guy you interviewed, and he had a long rifle, and he was shooting at people. Tell me what happened.
Right. So while we were at the car lot, I do not know what started the initial altercation, and the reports are still not clear. And it's okay as a reporter to just say, we need more video evidence. But at a certain point, there was an altercation between this man and another man at the car lot. He did open fire, multiple shots, several, so at least more than 3 or 4 in a very quick burst. which sent a lot of us running because they, appeared to go through the car. I was standing right there. When you see someone raise their rifle and start shooting, usually that's a good time to not be there anymore. But the moment, within seconds, somebody screamed, I shot someone, oh my gosh, and people were going, it was just chaos for a second. I'm going, oh man, someone got shot. And I went ahead and ran over as fast as possible, right back to the situation. And a man had been what appeared to have been shot in the head. I'm not going to get into everything else, but I know that the guy who allegedly shot him did take off running, and good for him, because I'm pretty sure they probably would have tried to kill him. I've seen this happen before, like in Dallas. Whether it was justified or not, I can't speculate. However, when he was running, there was a altercation to try to disarm him, it appears. And there was a disagreement over the rifle, and as the guy who jumped on him to try to disarm him got his arm badly shot.
Okay. Elijah Schaffer, please tell all of the reporters with you, please listen to promptings and do everything you can to stay safe. Elijah Schaffer, thank you for what you guys do.
This is the Glenn Beck Program.
Exactly where you need them. No technician is required. There's no contract, no pushy sales guys, no hidden fees, just simple security. It all starts for $15 a month. See why U.S. News and World Report named it the best overall home security of 2020. Head to simplysafebeck.com. Get it right now and get a free HD camera when you order. It's simplysafebeck.com.
Pete Talbot again with my son Seth with Relief Factor. And with the summer here, wouldn't it be nice if you could get out of pain so you could go back to those nice long walks or maybe even golf or tennis?
Tad's right. And quite frankly, helping people get out of pain so they can get back to doing the things they love to do is exactly why we created Relief Factor, like for this person.
I first heard about Relief Factor on a television show, and I was skeptical because of the pain that I was having. And after about 3 weeks, the pain was gone. I'm really happy. It makes me feel like I'm young again.
Maybe you have back, neck, shoulder, hip, or knee pain from just getting older, exercise, or everyday living. If so, I hope you'll try our 3-week quick start. It's just $19.95.
And it's 100% drug-free. Dad and I want to help you get out of pain and get back to living. Go to relieffactor.com or call 800-500-8384. That's 800-500-8384.
Satellite feed in local status. Clear.
Okay. Oh, I do? Okay, awesome. Thank you. I'm good. Yep. Well, I'm glad you're feeling better. Oh, I see him. Thank you. Yes. Okay. Well, good. I'm glad you're feeling better. Well, that was nice. Okay, awesome. Thank you. Hey there, happy Wednesday. I'm Hillary. This is your 4-Minute Buzz, and here are some of today's top stories. Riots continued last night in Kenosha, Wisconsin over the police shooting of Jacob Blake. More car windows were broken and storefronts vandalized, but late last night, gunshots rang out, striking at least 3 individuals and killing 2, according to police reports. One individual was hit on the side of the head and another allegedly in the arm. The individual whose head was injured was quickly rushed to a hospital. Information still coming out, but Blaze TV's Elijah Schaefer was reporting in the area when the incident occurred. And according to what we've seen so far, a group of open-carrying alleged militia members was protecting nearby property. They apparently were in support of the protests and were even offering medical support earlier in the night. However, an altercation occurred and one member was chased down the street. He fired his weapon after he was knocked to the ground, and other shots could be heard coming from another area as well. Elijah joined Glenn today to discuss the details, and I'm sure we'll hear more to come. And the family of Jacob Blake, whose encounter with police sparked the riots, released an update on his recovery. Blake was shot multiple times by police, although no official details have been released as to what all occurred. Yesterday, it was announced that he's currently paralyzed from the waist down, although it is unknown if the injury is permanent. While the update most likely fueled more unrest, not everybody was on board. During a press conference, Blake's mother denounced the violence and the notion that it stems solely from a race problem, and said she asked for prayer that the nation and her son would heal physically and spiritually. She also stressed that she would be praying for police officers and minorities alike.
Please, let's begin to pray for healing for our nation. We are the United States. Have we been united? Do you understand what's going to happen when we fall? Because a house that is against each other cannot stand. To all of the police officers, I'm praying for you and your families. To all of the citizens, my black and brown sisters and brothers, I'm praying for you. Let's use our hearts, our love, and our intelligence to work together to show the rest of the world how humans are supposed to treat each other.
Beautiful message. And after 2 nights of the Republican National Convention, the mainstream media seems very unified around tearing down President Trump. We'll have in-depth coverage of last night's events throughout the day, but an interesting montage compiled by the Washington Free Beacon shows one of the media's main talking points for the first night of the RNC. And while many on the right thought the night was positive and even uplifting, the liberal media described it as, quote, dark.
Let's start with this decision to go dark.
Dark, divisive version of America.
Dark and distorted version of reality.
Dark, dystopian view of America.
Dark warning.
Dark and sad.
Dark and divisive.
The first night of the convention, it really took a dark turn. It was very ominous.
And painting a dark picture.
Painting a dark picture.
Painting a dark picture.
But a lot of people saw a very dark picture.
Dark and dystopian.
Absolutely dark.
Dark portrait of America.
Darkness, doom, and gloom.
Starting to think that they felt like it was dark. Did anybody else get that feeling? I'm Hillary, that's your 4-Minute Buzz, and now here's Glenn and Stu with the last hour of the show.
With all those African Americans on stage, I questioned what they meant by dark. Was that a dog whistle? Let me tell you about our sponsor. It's Echelon. You don't keep a body like this without working out all the time. And my workout routine doesn't involve Echelon, but my wife's does. I bought her 2 years ago, what are they, Peloton bikes?
Sure.
She wanted one so bad. And then I looked at the price of it and I was like, oh my gosh.
Buy a home for one of those things.
And then she didn't use it because it was really uncomfortable. She didn't like it. She had a list of problems with it. And I'm like, you know how much that costs?
Get on that bike.
Get on that bike. Anyway, there is a new bike, a competitor, and it's much better. It solves all the problems that my wife had. My wife was like, is it a problem with my butt? Why is my butt hurt so bad on a Peloton? Echelon has solved these problems. It is great, and it is a fraction of a Peloton. Don't have to have a telethon to pay for your Peloton. get an Echelon. That's ECHELON fit.com/Beck. So it's echelonfit.com/Beck. Check it out. They have the same world-class instructors that are going to motivate you. They have bikes. They have rowers. It's echelonfit.com/Beck.
What you're about to hear is the fusion of entertainment and enlightenment. This is the Glenn Beck Program.
Hello, America, and welcome to Wednesday. In the next 60 minutes, in fact, this entire broadcast today, which will be available as a podcast, wherever you get your podcast, is a must listen to. It really is. We are presenting information that you're not getting anywhere else, and quite honestly, I heard from somebody who used to watch me all the time, hasn't watched The Blaze in a while, and happened up on the show and was watching a show a couple of weeks ago and said, how come I don't know any of this? Can this all be true? Why are you the only one talking about this? Well, remember, that's what we used to say to Barack Obama supporters because they were only watching CNN. If you're only watching Fox News, you're not getting the truth. You're not. You're getting portions, and it is much. This body is diseased beyond your comprehension if you're only getting mainstream news. What happened in Kenosha, Wisconsin last night, we just talked to the Blaze TV reporter that was there, talked to the guy who was involved in this shooting. Really horrible night in Wisconsin. You're not getting the truth on that. We showed it was happening live last night. Please, I urge you to watch tonight's TV special on schools, because what's happening in our schools is way beyond the 1619 Project. Way beyond. And you must know about it. If you are not a subscriber of Blaze TV, we need you now more than ever. Subscribe, blazetv.com/Glenn, blazetv.com/Glenn. Use the promo code Glenn, and you're going to save money on your year's subscription. But you must watch and listen to these shows like your life depends on it, because at least the life of your country does, and it may be all of our lives in the end. We need to hang together, or we will certainly hang separately, as Franklin once said. We're going to tell you about what's happening in the schools, and I hope that it will spur you into local action. We're going to do that in 60 seconds.
This is the Glenn Beck Program.
By the way, Betsy DeVos, the Secretary of Education, who does not give interviews, is part of this special tonight. She's going to be on with me live tonight at 9 p.m. after I show you just a glimpse of what was smuggled out of our school systems by a very brave teacher. All right. First, let me tell you about AMAC. It's an alternative to AARP. Let me just cut to the chase. AARP is just like all the rest of these organizations that have sold their souls to the devil and are just nothing but mouthpieces for the left. I don't mean the Democrats. I mean the left. There is an alternative, AMAC. If you want the discounts on your car insurance, hotels, roadside assistance, dental plans, cell phone service, you're not going to have them unless you are with AMAC. Get those. It'll make your life easier, and it will save you a lot of money, and that's important. But what's even more important to me, at least, is AMAC. They stand for courage, for faith, for reasoning, individual liberty, free speech, freedom of religion, the Second Amendment, the sanctity of life. They are standing up for our God-given freedoms. You're not getting that with AARP. Cancel. If you are a member of AARP, cancel it, and switch over and join AMAC, amac.us/Beck. That's amac.us/Beck, amac.us/Beck. AMAC/Beck. AMAC. It's better. Better for you. Better for America. Okay. Rebecca Friedrichs is joining us again. She's the author of Standing Up to Goliath. She is the founder and president for Kids and Country. The teacher unions are out of control. And she spoke at the RNC on Monday. Do we have a clip of that speech? Can we bump in with this, please? Okay, apparently not. She had said they have intentionally rewritten American history to perpetuate division and pervert the memories of our American founders, disparage our Judeo-Christian virtues. Their lenient discipline policies morphed our schools into war zones, and they back defunding police and abolishing ICE. She talked about the poison of these labor unions, and it is much worse. Think of the worst thing that you could think of. It's worse than that. Welcome, Rebecca Friedrichs. How are you?
I'm great, and it's so great to be back with you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Rebecca, tell people who look at their teacher and say, "Well, it's not my teacher. My teacher is good. My kids love him, and she loves me, and I meet with them." Tell me what's wrong with that.
Well, what's wrong with that is the teacher may be great. Look, I was a great teacher and loved the students and supported the parents, but that teacher is teaching inside of a very corrupt system. And great teachers don't have a voice in that system. I know that because I served within the union as a union leader. And even as a leader, I mentioned in my speech, I was bullied, brutalized. We were booed off the stage. So the unions, who are radical Marxists, who are part of this authoritarian, totalitarian group of organizations that are working together, they're the ones controlling what's getting into our public schools. They're controlling the curriculum through Common Core. They have a lot of power, and teachers like me are silenced and actually bullied and oftentimes chased out of our jobs if we stand up and speak against this corruption. So it's worse than anyone can imagine.
So, Rebecca, it is remarkable to me how fast this has come on now. We've known that it's been bad. We know that it's infiltrating, but there's a new sex ed curriculum that is spreading across the country. Texas has to vote on it on September 4th, and no one I know even knows a word about it. And it is radical, absolutely radical, where they're teaching mutual masturbation in third grade.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Look, Glenn, I wrote 3 chapters about this in my book, and I wrote that in 2016, launched in 2018. Nobody knew about it. I found out about it in 2013 when a parent contacted me from Northern California, and she sent me this curricula that was being used in her daughter's 5th grade classroom. She points out this lesson called the condom relay races, where the kids in mixed company were having to face a fully erect male penis model and put condoms on it. And the teacher was told, make this a fun activity. I mean, it's child abuse. And it starts in preschool, actually, telling our children, your parents didn't know your gender when you were born, so they assigned you a gender. And someday you'll figure out your gender based on this spectrum of an unending number of genders. This has been going on for a long time. It's been pushed through the United Nations for decades, and we have folks fighting it there. They get bullied, and the teachers' unions are the root key bringing it into our schools.
Do you remember?
We've got to get them out.
Do you remember, Rebecca? And first of all, let me just say that we're not covering the sexual stuff tonight. That's going to be a follow-up episode. But this is now the standardized. It was in places like California. This is now being standard. It's in Texas. It is coming to Texas, and you have about 2 weeks to stop it from coming to Texas. But
that's right. That's because the unions control every
correct.
state.
So, do you remember 2008? I remember reading a story about the California Teachers Union where they removed a bylaw that had been put in like the 1970s maybe. And it was if you were part of any movement that was calling for the destruction of the United States of America, or if you were involved in any communist organization, you could not be a member of the teachers union. And 2008, they reversed that and got rid of that bylaw. And I remember saying, why would you do that? Why would you want someone in your organization that was part of a violent overthrow of the United States of America? We know now.
Well, because that's who they are. They're not hiding it anymore. They've been doing this stuff for decades in the dark, underground, and now they're coming out with it. Thank God they're out in the light now, and so people are finally listening and awakening to this, and we don't have much time. Our kids are on the line. Our country's on the line. I mean, it's huge. I'm so thrilled that you are bringing attention to this, and I would love to help in any way I can.
Oh, that's my message to you. I will help you in any way I can. When you say we're the time is running short, no. The time is out. If you are not monitoring your kids, if you don't know everything that is going on, if you are in a school district that says, well, no, the teachers know what they're doing and you don't need to know what they're teaching, or here, sign this, it says that you won't eavesdrop on the Zoom calls, you pull your kid out of that school right now. You want to march. You march for the safety of our kids. Tonight, we're doing the episode Brainwashed, how Black Lives Matter hijacked our schools. I was just talking to Pat Gray. He walked in and he said, so is this like the 1619 Project? And I said, 1619 Project, that's nursery school stuff compared to what they're teaching now. Have you seen this document, Dump?
I haven't seen that document, but I know an awful lot about how they've been bringing Black Lives Matter into our schools. And this is what I'm trying to get out there is teachers don't realize they're the ones funding all of this. The teachers' unions are behind helping to start Black Lives Matter. In fact, many government unions are involved in this, AFL-CIO and these others. And so they have a lot of power. They're collecting billions annually in tax-free dues from teachers and other government workers. We fought to free them. They don't have to pay for that stuff anymore. People don't realize that. So if we can help them to realize that. But I'd love to chat with you about how they're bringing it into our schools. Would you like to chat about that?
I would. You seem like, Rebecca, you just gave a speech at the GOP convention and you feel like I do, quite honestly, today. Like I need to talk to anybody who will listen. Yes. But people are starting to hear it, and there are things that they can do. Tonight I have Betsy DeVos on. This is the second interview I've had with Betsy DeVos. She never gives interviews. Never.
Good for you.
Yeah, and she's doing one tonight in this special, and I'm going to talk to her because she's kind of in a rough place because she doesn't, nor do I, believe that the federal government has any right to tell local school districts what they can and cannot do. But I want to talk to her about the federal funding. Stop the federal funding if these school districts are teaching any of this crap. And also, I want to talk to her about the teachers' unions because I can't imagine how this is even legal to teach this stuff.
So can I give you some highlights of how they're doing it?
Yeah.
And no, it isn't legal. And why aren't, like you said, why aren't we storming and marching? So the teachers' unions passed a business item in 2017 that they're in partnership with the Southern Poverty Law Center, the NAACP, the ACLU, something called GELSON, Gay, Lesbian, Straight Education Network, and all these other organizations. And in this partnership, they make it sound nice that they're human rights groups and that they're going to come against discrimination and racism and homophobia and educate and eradicate hate. But when you look at SPLC's hate list, it's a bunch of Christian organizations, Jewish organizations that they are calling haters. So what they're doing is they're actually working together to attack people of faith. Okay, they're after God. And so they do this by bringing in a whole conglomeration of curricula. One's called Teaching Tolerance, written by SPLC. It's major to understand teaching tolerance. I can send you information about it if you want.
Yes.
But they use teaching tolerance, and then they have created what they call social justice toolkits for students, and they're for teachers too. I can send you that. This toolkit, the one I have, is on California Teachers Association, but this is nationwide. Children can click on this site, and they can click onto a live link to SPLC, and they can report their classmates, their teacher, their parents as haters. What makes you a hater? Oh, you believe marriage is between a man and a woman, or you believe there's only two genders, or maybe you're just a Christian. This is an all-out attack on everything America and our republic.
Let me ask you, I said this yesterday, and I kind of winced when I said it, but I paused to think, do I really believe that? I do. These are the seeds of the Hitler Youth. These are this is the spying on your parents, turning the children against the families. This is so dangerous.
Yes, 100%. That's what it is. And they are also, when we go back to the sex ed issue, they're sexualizing kids.
I really do.
Look, you know, they can disagree, but they'll be wrong.
Yeah.
They'll be 100% wrong.
Right.
And we have all the evidence that we need. They are specifically undermining parents. Why? Because this is what Marxism does. Marxism seeks to undermine the family, to control everyone.
Rebecca, I've got to cut you loose. But we will talk again early and often, and maybe we even will schedule you for tomorrow after the interview and after the special tonight. But I want to do a special with you about how parents can get the word out, and they have got to organize right now. Your website is forkidsandcountry.org, forkidsandcountry.org. I cannot tell you in urgent enough terms, this isn't coming your way. This is here right now, and it's different than it even was last year. You will not believe what we will show you tonight on our Blaze TV special, Wednesday night special. Tonight, you don't want to miss it. How Black Lives Matter has hijacked our schools. Please don't miss Brainwashed tonight at 9. If you're not a member, become one at blazetv.com/Glenn. And I really wish people would start saying, nope, you're wrong. I think you're overstating. I really wish that would start happening. All right. Why do I have to keep giving bad news? All right, let me tell you about the economy. If the economy it does what I think it's going to do, the dollar is going to implode, and it will happen really fast. And it's going to happen really fast. If the Democrats get in, guarantee it. If Donald Trump, it could happen before the election. But Donald Trump will at least have some people in there that are not trying to blow everything up. But we have tough times coming, and the dollar is going to lose its place in the world. Please. They have called me nuts for saying this for the last 15 years. I'm telling you, everything we've talked about is here now. Call Goldline. Protect what you have. Please consider 10% of anything you might have in 401k or whatever. Get it into gold or silver, please. Real, not paper. Call 866-GOLDLINE, 1-866-GOLDLINE, or goldline.com. You can purchase silver bullion. In fact, you get the Heroes of Two Nations silver bullion coin. I think that's from the Canadian Mint. If you have a purchase of a gold Liberty coin, you get the silver bullion coin for free. But look at the Liberty coin. They're fantastic. It's what I buy. Ask them why I particularly buy those. But call them right now. Please do your own homework at 866-GOLDLINE, 1-866-GOLDLINE or goldline.com. Let's pause for 10 seconds, station ID. Stu, say something happy. Say anything. I mean, chime in with Glenn. Give me those looks that you've always given me for the 20 years. Like, you might want to slow down.
Well, I mean, you know, I could definitely give you those looks.
No, but I want you to mean it.
Well, it's a scary time, man. I mean, you watch the stuff that happened last night in Wisconsin, you know, where people are being shot on camera. You know, this whole situation you mentioned of these people having dinner where they're being harassed by rioters or protesters, I guess in this case might actually
brown
fit
shirts
in some ways, but
they're brown shirts.
They look like brown shirts. They're screaming at this woman in masks, ridiculously. As a new study just came out, you know, you can do about anything outside except scream at someone in their face. That's about the only thing that you can do outside when we're talking about the pandemic. The woman who's sitting there, this is what she says. She was being yelled at, saying, they were yelling, "Are you a Christian? Good for you. You stood your ground," some guy said. This is a Washington Post reporter who was there. He says, this guy who had been yelling at the woman and moments later identified himself as a citizen journalist who writes for Deadspin, told Victor he could, that's the woman, he couldn't understand why she was the only diner in the area who wouldn't comply. What was in you? You couldn't do this. She says, I felt like I was under attack. Adding that she felt there was something wrong with being coerced to show support. She says, quote, "In the moment, it didn't feel right. I wasn't actually frightened. I didn't think they'd do anything to me, but I'm very much with them. I've been marching with them for weeks and weeks and weeks." And she's the lady being harassed.
America,
stuff happen.
what's your line? What's your line? At what point do you see people with BLM and everything else? What do they have to do? Set you on fire before you say, I'm not with this?
This is the Glenn Beck Program.
Man, you know, the only thing, and I could paint all day long lately, the only thing that takes me really, truly away and takes all my mind off it is painting. And I love it. And for a while, I didn't think I'd be able to do it because my hands hurt so badly. In fact, last week, I gave my Relief Factor to my niece who came up to visit. She's got back pain, and I said, you got to try this. Just try it. Take this bag. I'll get another one. Well, it was like 2 weeks, and I hadn't gotten my bag. I just got it last, Friday, started taking it again. I couldn't believe how much pain I was back in, and I haven't had it again 3 days into it. All that pain went away. I can paint again. It's a game changer for me, and it is for a lot of people who try it. Just try it for 3 weeks. You have nothing to lose but your pain. Get out of pain. Get your life back. And go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com, or call 800-500-8384. 800-500-8384. It's ReliefFactor.com.
Tonight, more cheery programming from Glenn Beck on his special. Go to blazetv.com/Glenn. Promo code Glenn right after the new Stu Does America.
You have to know it.
45 seconds. Fifteen seconds.
This is the Glenn Beck Program. We welcome to the program now Robert Pondiscio. He is a senior fellow of Fordham Institute. He's a civics teacher. Robert, tell me about the Fordham Institute. How connected are you to the university?
Oh, none whatsoever.
Oh, good.
It's,
Okay, good.
The Thomas B. Fordham Institute. It's named after an Ohio benefactor, an industrialist.
Right.
But yeah, no relationship.
Good. I just wanted to make sure because my daughter went to Fordham and the priest there taught her that most of the Bible is just a made-up, ridiculous thing. So I wanted to talk to you because you have written some op-eds and you are working with Democracy Prep Public Schools. They're charter schools, and you are pointing out the trouble on some of the things that are coming away. In particular, here the 1619 Project, and how parents need to be involved and get this stuff out of their schools immediately.
Yeah, well, I don't take a position, at least not publicly, on whether or not it's it should be in schools or not. But the point is, and it's interesting, Glenn, that you brought up Fordham University, because there's this idea that I think most of us in education, K-12 education, have, that we have academic freedom, so to speak. Well, that's an idea from higher ed. There have been decades of court decisions that say, well, not really. There's a difference between being a university professor and being a K-12 teacher. So you have academic freedom, basically. The courts have recognized this at a university. You really don't have it for K-12. Lots of court decisions have said that we as teachers are basically hired speech, that it's school boards that get to decide what the curriculum is.
So it's the school board that has to stand up and say no or yes to these kinds of things.
That's right. And there was just an interesting Heritage Foundation poll, which is what kind of inspired me to look into this. They did a poll of school board members, and they found, and this may surprise you, that 70% do not agree with the idea that the school curriculum should promote the view that our founding ideals of liberty and equality were false when they were written. That was the idea from the 1619 Project in the New York Times. An even higher number disagree that American history should be, quote, reframed so that children will learn that the U.S. has been tainted by slavery and racism. Now, to be clear, like if a school board says, nope, that's the way we want to teach history, well, there's 14,000 school boards in this country, districts. The courts and the Constitution recognizes their right to teach it that way. But the point is, someone has to say, no, we will teach it this way. No, we will not teach it this way. And it's not individual teachers.
Okay, so you're saying that 2/3 of parents say they don't want it. How do the school boards feel about 1619?
Yeah, no, interestingly, the school boards are even more, quote, conservative about this than parents. Parents are more evenly divided, but about 70% of school boards reject the premises or appear to reject the premises, according to this Heritage Foundation poll that the 1619 Project puts forward. And that makes a certain amount of sense. I mean, these are elected officials, so they're probably not eager to touch this controversy whatsoever. But if I'm a parent and I'm concerned about this, then probably the first thing I'm going to do is go to my local school board and say, hey, wait a minute, how do we teach this here? Are teachers authorized to use this, the 1619 Project curriculum, yes or no? Because one of the things that's important to discuss, this gets a little bit inside baseball, but it's kind of critical. even though school boards have been recognized as having the ability, the authority to dictate curriculum, there's a huge amount of gray area. I mean, all the data that we have suggests that teachers don't necessarily, if they have a curriculum at all, they don't necessarily teach it the way it was written. The vast, vast majority of teachers, sometimes for very good reasons, adapt their curriculum, pull materials, from outside sources. That's a standard practice, and it's not always nefarious. It's often usually for very good reasons.
I personally want our teachers to be more empowered to be able to connect with the students in the way they see fit. Right. Let's let them bring their own personality. The problem is that we have teachers, and tonight I'm exposing a document dump, 800 documents, not pages, files, 800 files of curriculum that is being dumped out into our schools, and if you can't use it in the schools, BLM and others are saying, well, yeah, but you can fold this in, and there's ways to fold it into math classes. Like you said, there's a lot of gray area. So they can use examples.
My point.
Right.
Yeah, no, this is precisely the point, is that I think most of us as teachers, there's 3.7 million teachers in American public schools, most of us assume that we have broad latitude to do things like that, to cull materials from wherever we will. And in practice, we do. But if somebody makes an issue out of it, then school boards have the right to say, no, sorry, you can't use that material. But we seldom get asked or school boards seldom get asked to make those declarations.
So how do you feel about the teachers' unions coming after schools like yours, private schools, charter schools, homeschooling? What's happening there?
Yeah, look, I'm a pretty staunch school choice guy. I teach at a charter school, and I should also say I take very great pains to not bring any of my personal views about education and politics into my classroom. But I have this other hat that I wear at the Fordham Institute. And in my professional work, look, I'm staunchly pro-choice, pro-charter, even pro-homeschooling. So it's been kind of an interesting and clarifying moment to see the degree to which I would argue that the unions are really overreaching and trying to impose their will upon schools at a time where there's just so much uncertainty about whether kids are going to go back to school or not, and it's a lot of everything's in flux, and I think they're overreaching.
Thank you so much for being on with us. It's Robert Pandisio, and he is with FordhamInstitute.org, FordhamInstitute.org. You must get involved in your local school. You must get involved. You have to find out exactly what teachers are teaching. You have to know who the teachers are. You have to start being vocal. What I'm going to show you tonight is just the beginning. There's a follow-up episode that goes into the new sex ed curriculum that is going now mainstream. Been in California, been in New York, came in under Gavin Newsom, but it's teaching third graders to explore with each other and explore mutual masturbation in your third grade class. What you will see tonight, you haven't seen anything like it. If you think the 1619 Project was as bad, which I think is, that's nothing. They are teaching your third graders how to be activists. How one of the curriculum is for a week-long study on how to find something that you think is an injustice, and then at the end of the week, your kid has to have some sort of a protest. What are they teaching? What are they teaching? And this is every parent's nightmare on steroids, absolutely on steroids. And nobody's talking about it. You need to know about it, and it's happening tonight at 9 p.m. on Blaze TV. Do we happen to have Jason on the phone? Okay, I'm going to take a quick break, and Jason is our chief researcher. We have 800 files, not pages, files of documents that have come in from this very brave 25-year teacher who is African-American, who says, look, I just think everybody needs to know this. We'll talk to Jason here, who's gone through most of the documents and the files, and get his read and his 40-foot view on why you need to watch tonight and share this with a friend. We'll talk to him and so much more before the end of the hour. Stand by. So you open up an email, it says there's been a billing error. Your Netflix subscription is about to be closed if you don't provide an updated payment detail. Oh my gosh, I get online quickly. I gotta fix this because Netflix, no, it's all I've got. It's a scam. But when you click on the link, everything looks completely legitimate. You know, they even have one of those, prove you're not a robot. How many stop signs are in the... It is, you're being scammed by scammers. And I want you to protect yourself. The way to do it is with LifeLock. Cybercrime, identity theft, it's affecting all of us, especially in the era of COVID. Every day we put our information at risk on the internet. If your kids are on internet school right now, your kids are in danger. No one can prevent all identity theft, monitor all transactions at all businesses, but LifeLock sees the threats that you might miss on your own. So join now and save up to 25% off your first year by using the promo code BECK. That's promo code BECK, 1-800-LifeLock, 1-800-LifeLock, or lifelock.com, promo code BECK.
You're listening to Glenn Beck.
45 seconds. Fifteen seconds.
All right, let's go to Jason Buttrill, who is our chief researcher and has been going through these 800 files that is a document dump. This teacher that got this to us is truly terrified. Agree with that, Jason?
Yeah, absolutely.
It did not release them themselves, had to go through a friend because they don't even want to be on social media. They are terrified of the repercussions of releasing this. It's a black individual. And I don't even think a conservative. Are they conservative?
He is conservative.
He is conservative. And the files that we got are stunning. And people, Jason, I think, are going to see this special tonight, and they're going to go, oh, that's crazy. That's not happening.
I don't see how you can, because we tracked. First off, it was hard to find out who the actual individuals that created this were involved with, but we did track at least one. And by following those breadcrumbs, we were able to follow it to multiple public and private schools. That's key. They're not even safe. You would think you would send your kids to a private school to get away from stuff like this. You're not even safe, including a private school that's about maybe 2-3 miles away from my house where I'm at in DFW. And this is the reason why I think that the person that leaked this is so scared. This is unveiling, and this is very, very important to emphasize, a massive brainwashing strategy. That's what's going on. If you put it on a scale, an anger scale of Bernie Sanders to Bob Ross, high schoolers are getting the brainwashing of an anger scale of Bernie Sanders. Elementary school, including preschoolers, are getting the Bob Ross version. Mm-hmm. And I'm serious. It includes, posters that look, happy, little happy trees, but they have little Marxists and hypersexualized messages in them sitting in on the walls of preschools. It's absolutely insane. I keep looking through this stuff, and I'm going to put out just kind of a plea for help for the audience. This is way too much for one person. We're going to put this out on one of our platforms. I'm not sure which.
Glenbeck.com, I believe.
Glenbeck.com, yeah. And we're going to put it out there for everyone to go through, because there is so much stuff. Like you said, 800 documents, thousands of pages. You're going to have to pour through this yourself. Just today, last night, I found, I was looking through every time they're glorifying violence. They're doing this mostly with high schoolers, but they're teaching them Black Panthers, how they justified violence. I just saw how they referenced the coming insurrection and the riots in France. And they asked the question, why aren't American cities burning? Oh, it's just because we're just so good at fascism, and we're so good at racism and discrimination.
Yeah, it's honestly a redefinition of fascism. You know what anti-fascists are? Anti-Americans, because the American system is fascist. That's how it's being defined now in our schools. The American system is fascistic. So if you are an anti-fascist, you have to be against America. It's insanity. Insanity. Our kids stand zero chance of being free if we don't stop this in our schools. And I mean right now. And if Donald Trump loses, this is all going to go in and more. It will officially just go in, and it'll just go. And you're off to the races. It's done. America is done. This election is the last election for the choice between good and evil, freedom and slavery. I mean, this is it. We're that close.
now is the perfect time, especially to reveal a lot of this, because most of our kids right now are in online schooling. That means you can listen in, unless you're like that county in Tennessee that's trying to vote to where they're making that illegal. But now is the time. Listen in. I've got my son right now. After reading all this stuff, I'm looking at him right now. He's doing his online school in my home office. Everyone should be doing that right now. If you see this stuff, go to your school board.
You should go to your school board anyway. Jason, I have a feeling this is going to be a very big story in the coming weeks, especially when we go to. Have you had a chance to look into the second episode I told you about this morning? Have you seen those documents yet?
A little bit, and I think I'm forever scarred just from the small amount of stuff
right?
I've seen.
It is beyond mind-boggling, is it not?
But yeah, beyond mind-boggling.
Yeah.
And it's what it is. It's cultural Marxism.
Yeah.
They're trying to desensitize and rot us from within.
It's horrifying. And that is going nationwide, approved by states. It's already in several states. Texas is going to vote on it on September 4th. The school districts are voting on whether or not it's going to go into the schools. And it's horrifying. It is the first sexual ed revamp for 20 years. And it was brought in by Gavin Newsom in California, and it is horrifying. Absolutely horrifying. Look, I said this earlier today. Jason, thank you. And thank you and the team for all of the hard work. And I said this privately, and I mean this. Some of the best work I've ever done is happening right now, and it is, and I say this to the audience, it is not me. It is my staff. They are so on top of it right now. So thank you, Jason. Now get back to work. The Blaze is so important right now that you would join us. And even if you don't join us, you know what? Join Ben Shapiro. But you've got to start balancing your news. If you're watching Fox News, I'm sorry, you're not getting the whole picture. And stuff like I'm going to present tonight is going to seem crazy because you're not hearing it anywhere else. Well, if this is happening, why aren't I not hearing it anywhere else? Because no one's paying attention, and many people want it to happen. You are the last stop.
This is the Glenn Beck Program.
He's just in a meeting. Oh, I remember.
It's all symmetry for me though. Like I don't think I look good at all or whatever, but it's like it's this. If this isn't straight, it's the only thing I see on the screen. That's it. If this doesn't have like a good, then that's all I see. I was watching somebody on TV and there's Ty was slightly. Plan for my next interview is to knock it out as quickly as possible before Antifa gets wind of my guest and tries to burn the studio down. It is a little warm in here, I've noticed since you came back, Mr. Glenn Beck.
Yeah, it's a good about 63 degrees.
Yes, if we're lucky.
Nice.
If we're lucky. Tonight, big special. It's you talked about it on radio. I want to get into the details in a second, but before we get to that, are you okay?
What do you mean?
You're going through all of this news every day, and we talked about it off the air a little bit on radio. You're going down these roads that are really dark, and I feel like you're putting yourself in a position where it's hard to see light.
It is hard to see light, and what's bothering me so much is I'm thinking about everything as a dad. I mean, I just had a meeting here with my security detail, and I said, I need my family prepared for God only knows what, but I need them prepared to go if we have to. And
specifically, you're talking about obviously the unrest,
civil war.
But what could happen if either side wins? I mean,
either side wins, but if it's close, they're going to burn it down to the ground. So anyway, so I'm on the air every day, and I'm looking at this stuff. And I know what's coming, generally speaking, and having to process it and to tell people every day. I hate being the one to say, hey, and then trying to figure out how to say it in a way that it doesn't make people so like, I can't listen to that anymore.
Right.
And then while I'm doing it, all I keep thinking is, we should do this, we should do that, we should do this. It would help as if we could do, and I can't do it. My job, I've come to the conclusion that my job is only to warn people. Somebody else has to pick up the mantle and say, here's how we do it. And my problem is I know what has to be done and how it could, I studied this, Stu, for 20 years. Yeah. 20 years I've looked at civil wars, revolutions. How do they start? What does it take? How do they stop? How do you prevent? None of the prevention stuff is being done. All of the stuff, I just wrote this up on a chalkboard myself, saying, let me go through that list of everything that they need for a revolution and what steps have to be taken. And I'll show it to you after we get off. It's right there by the backstage cages. All of it. It's all being done right now. It's all being done. And so it's just
overwhelming.
It's overwhelming.
Yeah, because I think part of the challenge here too is you look at this stuff. We have it all documented. You're going to show the documents tonight on this particular piece of this. And this, relates to education, but some of it just seems so crazy.
Seems nuts.
And so you're kind of tasked with trying to say, okay, this is actually real. And if it is real, and we're this far down the road, I think a lot of people think you got to throw your hands up.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You have to stop it. You have to stop it right now. What I'm showing you tonight I truly believe they are the seeds of the Hitler Youth. You let this go, and your kids are going to start reporting on you being hate mongers. It is bad stuff. Bad stuff that we'll show you tonight. The problem is that there's no one else reporting. Some of it is because there's too much going on.
Yeah.
There's too much going on. I will do a show. I'm going to do 2 shows on this over the next month. I think that was just a body that dropped. I'm going to do 2 shows on this in the next 2 or 3 weeks.
Right.
And then I'm going to probably have to get off it because there's something else. But somebody needs to pick this up. So when people are watching Fox News, they're not seeing any of this, okay? They're not seeing it. And so because they've been just zombified by mainstream media that is just playing on the surface. It's like shuffling chairs around in the Titanic and, oh, he said this and he said that. No, there's real things going on that are really dangerous. So they might watch the show and I have to present it this fast in an hour and they'll go, well, that can't be that big of a deal. Otherwise, I'd hear about it.
It's overwhelming.
They've overwhelmed the
There's
system.
a normalcy bias thing that goes on. And you think that, after the past few months, the normalcy bias would be shaken a little bit from the American people, but we all
it gets worse.
Yeah.
The worse things get,
Really?
the more the normalcy bias kicks in.
Really?
Yeah, because you're looking for anything normal.
Right, okay. So you're accentuating anything.
What we're doing, and I see it in my family, we're watching Netflix or we're watching shows and we're in our house and everything's normal. And so you're like, no, this is not that big of a deal. Go outside of your house and look at what's happening. So we're doing that in our houses or in our communities, but the rest of the world is on fire.
We haven't talked too much about the specifics here, just that it's kind of crazy. But it has to do with education and what our kids may very soon be being taught in public schools.
What's really frightening is not just public, private as well.
Private schools too.
We have found this in private schools already. Okay, this is stuff that was prepared for teachers for the summer to say, get ready, and here's how you can introduce things in your curriculum. A lot of the responses from the teachers who were there was like, I can't teach this, this way. I know. So here's how you do teach it. In mathematics, how many black people have been shot by cops? And so it's from the sly subtle to the absolute staggering a week lesson on the Black Panthers and what they believe, what their 10 demands were. But the worst part of that is not just studying it. You now have to, on Friday, they write an essay answering a few questions. What do you believe they have right? What do you believe they have wrong? How would you get involved? All of these things. Just to say your kid is not indoctrinated. Your kid is writing down on paper or, in a system that is forever. They either agree or disagree with these principles. Those principles in this day and age, they're changing.
They change almost every day.
If you're disagreeing with things, God help you. God help you.
Yeah, and that example you gave reminds me of a story from when I took the SATs back in the day. And I've, of course, tried to find a book to cheat the system as much as possible. And one of the things that they identified when you're studying for the test was there was this big issue where black families, minority families were complaining about there not being enough questions about black culture on the test. So they changed the test and put black figures throughout it, Martin Luther King or whoever. And you knew they couldn't say anything negative about those people.
So if it's multiple choice, always go with the most positive.
Always go with the most positive, because that was the whole reason those questions were in there in the first place. That, what you're talking about, is much, much further than that, but shows how long they've been working on it.
Stu, this is funded by Black Lives Matter, Inc. This has the teachers' unions behind it. It is teaching critical theory. It is, I said this today, and we're not showing this tonight, but we are in the next special. They are teaching third graders mutual masturbation. That if you want to help little Johnny and Johnny wants to help little Luke, go for it. Are you out of your mind?
Why on
and
earth
that
will
stuff,
that need to be in?
that special is further down the road. This one is in,
Right
for
now.
instance, all of the New York school systems. This stuff I'm showing you tonight, it's in.
Now.
Okay, now. All right? The sexual stuff is, like in Texas, the school boards are voting on it on September 4th. Nobody knows about it. Nobody knows about it.
I haven't heard any of the parents talking about this.
And it was brought in by Gavin Newsom. It's now in California. I believe it's now in New York. It's going to go nationwide. The stuff, I'm telling you, you're not going to believe that it's a big deal. Otherwise, everybody would be talking about it. Well, it is happening.
Let me ask you this. We've been talking about this, having this conversation over the past couple of weeks, which is, we know the Rahm Emanuel never let a crisis go to waste, right? We know what the left does here. They're taking advantage of this situation, coronavirus, and they're trying to get their stuff pushed through. Is it a missed opportunity for conservatives to look at this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity where kids are home, the parents are teaching? We didn't use this, it doesn't seem at least, as an opportunity to try to push, hey, homeschooling is good all the time. Private school, or if you have the right one, is good all the time. Take your kids out of the system now. They're already home. They're home learning. Come up with a pod system. Figure out a different way of doing this. Now's the time. I had a guest on who was proposing a system where the money that would normally go to the schools, not for the teachers, but for the actual operations of the schools that are closed, should go to the parents to encourage them to homeschool all the time. I mean, there are options that could have gone on here. I think that conservatives should have advanced. Do you think this is actually happening?
They are. I'm going to talk to Betsy DeVos about that tonight because she does no interviews.
No,
this is the second interview I've had with her, and she's really concerned. And she's concerned because, as the Department of Education, she doesn't want to take any national steps to say you cannot do this in your local school. That goes against everything we believe. Local control. But the teachers' unions, they have to be cleaned up and cleaned out. The teachers' unions are funding most of this stuff. The NEA is behind most of this stuff. Teachers do not have to pay those dues anymore. They need to get out of the teachers' unions. You need to go, if you're finding 1619 Project in your school and they're openly saying, yeah, we're teaching the 1619 Project, get your kids out of that school. No questions asked. Get them out of that school because that's the least worrisome of what I'm going to show you.
The 1619 Project is the least
and
that's overturning the entire American experiment, basically.
3 weeks ago, I would have said that's poison. That's the worst thing that could happen.
This is much worse than that.
Oh, that's the least of your concern. So if that 1619 Project is in your school, you can bet the rest of it is coming.
Okay. Given that, let's just say that's true, and you'll prove that, I'm sure, tonight. Are we too late here? If we're this far down the road where the 1619 Project isn't all that crazy, are we too far down this road? Can we turn this around?
Yeah, we can. But it's going to take, what's going to stop all of this riots on the street? What's going to stop? When they start coming into neighborhoods and people start looking at each other and say, I don't care who you voted for. These guys come into our neighborhood. We need a neighborhood watch. I mean an actual neighborhood watch because the police aren't coming. When you wake the American people up to what's really going on, right now they are being lied to. They're being misinformed and they're being lied to. There is no one standing on the wall saying, wake up. Here are the facts. Fox News isn't doing it. You want the inside track of what's happening with Donald Trump in the campaign? Sean Hannity is great. He's going to tell you all of that.
Yeah.
Tucker Carlson is the only person that is giving you a full broad spectrum of what's really going on. That's one voice at Fox News. The rest of Fox, the newsroom, we've worked there. The newsroom is the same newsroom at CNN. It's they're maybe slanted a little bit differently.
Yeah.
No one is digging into what's really going on. When the American people have their back against the wall, if Donald Trump or conservatives are in control, we win if we are smart. But you've got to educate yourself right now, and you've got to start. You have to draw a line in the sand. When I see this happen, I no longer, you have to ask people, BLM people, my kids, they put the black space on the black square on, because they don't agree with all the communist stuff. Great. Ask them, what has to happen in the streets with BLM people where you say, I won't stand with them anymore if they do that. I can't think of what that could be because they're doing almost all of it now.
Yeah.
But draw a line in the sand so you don't keep backing up and going, well, that's not so bad.
Yeah, that is great advice for any of these things. I know the same thing because this goes back to when we used to talk about Monica Lewinsky in the late 90s. We used to challenge the Democrats in the audience for this. What is your line? The same thing I think I've seen with the coronavirus thing with people who are alarmist and say, well, yes, of course a shutdown's okay. Well, when's the shutdown not okay? At what point? Same thing with skeptics. 10,000 people, that's your line. Well, when it crosses that, what do you say? And I think people like to move the goalposts because you don't want to prove yourself wrong, but if you keep those things documented, you can keep consistent.
It's just for you. You don't believe any of this is happening in your school. Okay. Is the 1619 Project your line? If not, what is? And you have to say, is third grade being taught, mutual masturbation? Is that your line?
That's well past my line.
Right. That's way past my line.
Well, and I know I'm keeping you for a long time, but let me ask you one more. Is part of this, if you set a line like that, and you look at your kids' stuff, and you start seeing it, you're going to have to change your whole life. You're going to have to find a new school. You're going to have to rip your kids away from your friends. You're opening up a disaster in your home, and parents don't want to do that. Are parents afraid to look at it for that reason? Because I know that would be a terrible side effect.
25 minutes ago to my family, if it means you guys are going to lose all of your friends and you're out of school and we live someplace else, I'm making that decision. And we're doing it. My job as a parent is to keep you safe. People, we have never experienced this. This is civil war. But civil war last time was North and South. This is going to be neighborhood to neighborhood, house by house. You're going to disagree with people on the other side. It's not the same kind of thing that is coming. And You have to have a different mindset. Things are not going back to normal. They are not. They are going to change. Now, what are we going to do? And I'm not alone in thinking this way. 5 million new gun owners just in the last month, 2 months?
Yeah.
5 million new gun owners. That's because people know, wait a minute, you told me that my kids weren't safe unless we had a police presence in school, and I couldn't, or the teachers couldn't have a gun because we needed an expert with a gun. So that's police. Now the teachers union are saying they won't agree to have school come back into session unless you get the police officers out of the school. What? That doesn't make sense. You want to cut my police officers, so who's going to respond to me on a 911 call? Somebody's breaking into my house. I'm getting myself a gun. I wish I could tell you the name of this person because you'd be blown away. Somebody who has not been pro-gun said, never saw myself with a gun, He just went down a list of guns that he has bought in the last 60 days that, puts me to shame.
Wow.
Okay?
That's saying something.
Not somebody who's ever said, pick up a gun.
Yeah. Well, the special is tonight. Next time you come on, can you bring a recipe? Can you do something fun? I
can.
Okay, good.
I can.
Recipes next time.
Yeah.
Glenn's cooking, so stay hungry. Immediately after this show, 9 p.m. Eastern, Glenn's newest special, Brainwashed, How Black Lives Matter Hijacked Our Schools. You got to watch this one. I think it's been obvious after listening to Glenn talk about it. Glenn, thanks for coming on the program.
Thank you.
All right, back in a second.
For weeks now, we've shown you everything Black Lives Matter stands for.
We are trained Marxists.
And the terrifying moves they're taking to change everything that makes America so great.
This country doesn't give us what we want, then we will burn down this system.
We've shown you the importance of sending our kids back to school and the dangerous teacher unions that are using manipulative politics to get their way.
Public schools should not reopen unless their demands are met.
So this is not about politics for us.
Well, tonight, we'll show you what happens when these radical groups merge. And you won't believe what they're trying to teach our kids. Tonight, Brainwashed, how Black Lives Matter hijacked our schools.
It's 11 o'clock. Do you know where your children are?
I told you last night, no!
Then let me fix your set.
It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are?
I think a lot of people need to be deprogrammed right now before they cast their next ballots. What? A lot of people need to be deprogrammed right now before they cast.
I also think that it might, I think of a lot of things. The first thing I think is that we actually do have an ideological frame. Myself and Alicia in particular are trained organizers. We are trained Marxists.
The Labor Community Strategy Center is my first political home. It's where I would be a part of what it's famous for, which is the Bus Riders Union.
Started by an old friend of mine,
Yes, Eric Mann. That's
For weeks now, we've shown you everything Black Lives Matter stands for.
We are trained Marxists.
And the terrifying moves they're taking to change everything that makes America so great.
This country doesn't give us what we want, then we will burn down this system.
We've shown you the importance of sending our kids back to school and the dangerous teacher unions that are using What if I tell you our children's? Can you hear me now? No. I just want to see this new rewrite. And that's not a call for it anymore, I don't think. I think they took that out. Oh, here, let me sit down real quick. I got it. There should be an edit to the script. If it's not been updated. This one. If you want to just hook it on me in the back or something. Put it on the other side since the pack will be on the other side. And have turned into a brainwashing facility to teach our children how to be foot soldiers. It would sound like madness. But I'm going to show you tonight, it is not. This was smuggled out by a couple of teachers. This is one of the files. We have 800 files smuggled out. New resource guides, new curriculum for Black Lives Matter at school. The left has been very busy. All of the things that I'm going to show you and more are available at glennbeck.com right now. And you're going to have to do your own homework on this. A long time ago, I called Cassandine Sunstein the most dangerous man in the country because he hides things. He is a propaganda brainwasher. He is. His ideas are summed up in an article he wrote about education, Open Brain Insert Ideology. This is a thesis on how to use the example of the Communist Party in China to bend the brains of our kids. I thought this was bad during the Obama administration, as all of this was beginning to be spoken about in the open. But it really didn't kick into high gear until about 2 years ago. And I'm going to show you where all this came from later in the show. But I want to show you a poster. And I want to show you this poster. This is for elementary school. Are you going to take that full screen or something? Or and then I'm going to come back here and sit down. We've got the Marxist fist and a whiskered dude in a dress. This has been approved in schools from preschool through 5th grade. It might be in your kids' schools right now. Everybody has a right to choose their own gender, listen to their own heart and mind. Preschool? There's also the Marxist fist and the blurb about black villages. Now, notice the phrasing, quote, there are kinds of different families, What makes a family is that it's people who take care of each other. These people might be related, might choose to be a family together and take care of each other. Sometimes when it's lots of families together, it can be called a village. I think Hillary Clinton talked about that. It takes a village. And if you're a preschooler or a kindergartner, this language sounds reasonable. And it's done this way by design. Oh, but I have the smuggled documents that explain what this actually means. They can't just talk to 5-year-olds about concepts of Marxism and radical transgender activism. They have to slip it through the age-appropriate propaganda. This is from their curriculum sent to schools all over the country. Look at this. As we think about discussing big ideas with little people, we consider age-appropriate language so that our students or children can grasp the concepts we're introducing, incorporate these ideas and language into their own thinking and conversation. In other words, open brain, insert ideology. Now, the forefathers of cultural Marxism, they knew that they couldn't talk about Marxism, talk about communism, socialism out loud. So they used dialectics to hide what was really being taught. This is how they brought radical leftism to colleges and universities. This is how they're doing it now in grade school. If you take a look at a little of their dialectics key right here in the curriculum, you will see the Black Lives poster. Not too young to talk about race. It's in here someplace. The Black Villages preschool poster. Black Villages is a disruption. There it is. Jeez. What'd you say?
Let me try to find it while you read.
Yeah, I know. I just want to see if I can pull some of these things out as much as I can. Yeah. I think I have it here. Anyway, disruption of Western nuclear family dynamics and a return to the collective village. Oh, that sounds great. Where have we heard that before? From the Marxist organization called Black Lives Matter. Quote, we disrupt the Western prescribed nuclear family structure requirement by supporting each other as extended families and villages that collectively care for one another, especially our children. And never forget these people who they really are. They openly brag about it. That was Patrisse Cullors, one of Black Lives Matter's co-founders. You've probably seen that video from one or two of my shows, but not too many people have seen this one.
The Labor Community Strategy Center is my first political home. It's where I would be a part of what it's famous for, which is the Bus Riders Union.
Started by an old friend of mine,
Yes,
Eric Mann.
Eric Mann, that's my mentor.
Eric Mann, a mentor, otherwise known as the member of the radical left-wing terror group, the Weather Underground, charged with attempted murder of police officers in Boston back in 1969. That's her mentor. I told you before how the violent Marxist terrorists of the 1960s were training a new younger crop to succeed them. Well, here they are, and they are teaching this poison to your children. With virtual school beginning all over the country now, you must take this opportunity and monitor everything that your children are being taught. If you see any of this stuff, and I urge you to please go through it and look at, we can't go through all of this. We are working on so many stories. The stacks are huge. Please go through it. Alert us to what we're missing. But in many cases, I will show you, teachers are implementing this without approval, without anybody knowing it. Now, this teacher from Philadelphia tweeted and then promptly deleted his concerns with online learning from home. Conservative parents might be able to listen in when they start preaching about race. Really? One county in Tennessee has actually told parents they're not allowed to monitor their child's virtual classes. This photo was taken of a child's computer during virtual learning. In Los Angeles, a concerned father sent it to Blaze TV host Elijah Schaffer after he heard this English teacher instructing her students on, quote, racial injustice and fixing the corrupt system. School this year just started. But we're already seeing concerned parents sounding alarm bells all over the place. Journalist Julie Gunlock tweeted this picture after she saw what her son was learning this week during online schooling. Is your child attending virtual classes this week? Move their desk into your home office, into the kitchen, wherever, right now. Monitor everything. You can't get any of this done without the power of the largest and most powerful labor union in the country on your side, the National Education Association, NEA. Pretty much every other teacher union in the country is subservient to the NEA. They have been going hog wild in the past few months, pushing Black Lives Matter demands. Oh yeah, they also want to get rid of charter schools, want a new tax on billionaires. What? They helped to organize a day of resistance a couple of weeks ago to, quote, advance a racial justice agenda in public education, in particularly by organizing for police-free schools. One of their partners was the Democratic Socialists of America. You cannot trust the teachers' unions. You might trust your teacher, but if they won't quit and stop paying dues to the teachers' union, I don't trust them. I showed you several weeks ago that Black Lives Matter fundraising is basically a dark money clearinghouse for the left, but the teachers' unions are a big part of it. They are the top 20 recipients from teachers. These are the top 20 recipients from teachers' unions to political candidates so far in 2020. From the National Education Union all the way down to the smaller unions, do you see a single R on that list? They are the cash cow for the left, while simultaneously pushing indoctrination into our schools. The National Education Association, founded in 1850 to promote government-owned public schools and modern ideas. They promoted a school system based off authoritarian European systems like the one in Prussia, aka Germany. American socialist activists saw public school students as the perfect subjects to re-engineer society. In 1935, during their 72nd annual convention, NEA Executive Secretary Willard Givens wrote, "Many drastic changes must be made. Dying laissez-faire must be completely destroyed. And all of us, including the owners, must be subject to a large degree of social control. The major function of the school is the social orientation of the individual. It must seek to give him an understanding of the transition to a new social order." Well, fantastic. Oh, look, he even has an armband. Doesn't it sound like their plan was focusing on reading and arithmetic and writing? No, never has been. In the late 1930s, the NEA began implementing what it now called neo-Marxism through the teachings of Germans who had fled Nazi Germany. They had set up shop in New York City at Columbia University. It was called the Frankfurt School. It advocated the death of American culture in order to destroy capitalism. Teachers' unions would take this directly to public school classrooms. The NEA, quote, made the goal of education not to educate the young, but to give them an anarchic self-esteem and deprive them of any sense of right or wrong. Mission accomplished. 1978, the NEA's executive director stated this as their goal: to tap the legal, political, and economic power of the U.S. Congress. We want leaders and staff with sufficient clout that they may roam the halls of Congress and collect votes and reorder the priorities of the United States of America, end quote. Reorder the priorities? I thought it was about reading, writing, and arithmetic. I thought it was all about the kids. Teachers' unions are pushing cultural Marxism into our school, and they're doing it to fundamentally transform this country. So paint me absolutely unsurprised when I was looking through a leaked batch of documents pushing Marxism and Black Lives Matter as school curriculum. And I saw who the top major endorser was: the National Education Association. Now, I haven't shown you anything really that's in this curriculum. The rest is terrifying, open brain, and insert ideology. Okay, let's go. For weeks now, we've shown you everything Black Lives Matter stands for.
We are trained Marxists.
And the terrifying moves they're taking to change everything that makes America so great.
This country doesn't give us what we want, then we will burn down this system.
We've shown you the importance of sending our kids back to school and the dangerous teacher unions that are using manipulative politics to get their way.
Public schools should not reopen unless their demands are met.
So this is not about politics for us.
Well, tonight, we'll show you what happens when these radical groups merge. And you won't believe what they're trying to teach our kids. Tonight, Brainwashed, how Black Lives Matter hijacked our schools. Hello, America. I am pleased to say Betsy DeVos, the Secretary of Education, is going to be joining us this hour. We are making this available on YouTube for as long as it can last on YouTube, because this is an episode that everybody needs to see. We are basing this off of, this is only one of the files, 800 files that have been leaked out by somebody who is extraordinarily brave. I'll tell you about them here in just a second. But I need you to understand that if you are only watching mainstream media, even if that's just Fox, you are not being given the truth on what's really going on. Everybody is dancing around politics and yelling about the president and whatever. That's not what's going on. There is a revolution that is going on, and it is very well funded and very well thought out. And it is coming after our children next. If I told you that our children, their schools, the teachers, are being used by radical leftists as a dystopian brainwashing factory, that they were pushing Marxism and training children to be activist foot soldiers, I can guarantee you that everybody in the CNN audience that hasn't been told a jack on what's going on would say that's crazy. I'm hoping that that is not you if you've just been watching mainstream media. We have been covering these things on The Blaze now for a while, and I've heard from fans that haven't seen me on TV for a while, and the first thing I have to say is, yeah, I gained weight. Okay, get over it. Second is, Glenn, how come I'm not hearing about this? Multiple reasons. One of them is there's not enough time in the day. We are posting all of these right now at glennbeck.com. They're 800 files. 800 files. I don't have the staff to go through all of them. So what I'm showing you tonight is just scratching the surface, and there's going to be 2 episodes on this. But I need people who will just volunteer to go through all of these files and will actually say, hey, you guys missed this one. You guys got to know about this one. Nobody's assigning resources. A lot of people don't care. And some people are involved and say, I think that's a good idea. But I can guarantee you, I don't care how you voted, Republican or Democrat, you will not agree with what's in here. And this, honest to God, is nothing compared to what I'll show you in episode number 2. So let me do some refresher. I once called Cass Sunstein the most dangerous man in the country, primarily for the way he dealt with people and education. Sunstein's ideas are summed up in an article that he wrote for Bloomberg. Open brain, insert ideology. This is incredible. This is a thesis that he has to use as an example, the Communist Party in China and how they just bend the brains of our kids. Cass Sunstein is a dangerous, dangerous leftist. And I thought it was bad back during the Obama administration. Nobody would pay attention to it. But it was just beginning to be spoken about out in the open. But it didn't kick in until about 2 years ago. I'm going to show you where all this came from later in the show, and I'll explain where these files came from in about 10 minutes. But I want to just show you a couple of things that are in there. First of all, here's a poster for elementary school, all right? We've got the Marxist fist. Oh, and look at, she's pretty. A whiskered dude in a dress. This is for elementary school. We've got a Marxist making a fist. Ooh, and a whiskered dude in a dress. This has been approved in schools from preschool through 5th grade. It might be in your kid's school right now. Let me show you another one. This sign also approved for kids as young as preschool. There's the Marxist fist again, and a blurb about black villages. Now, I want to read this one to you. There's lots of different kinds of families. What makes a family is that people who take care of each other. These people might be related. They might choose to be a family together. They might take care of each other. Sometimes when it's lots of families together, it can be called a village. Well, doesn't this sound nice? Hillary Clinton once said, reiterated last week at the DNC, it takes a village. And if you're a preschooler or a kindergartner or somebody who has even heard the name of Karl Marx, you know that that very reasonable thing doesn't mean that. It's by design. Oh, but I have the smuggled documents here that explains what it actually means. Because you can't just talk to 5-year-olds about concepts like Marxism and radical transgender activism. You have to slip it through the age-appropriate guidelines and propaganda. Oh, look, here's Black Lives Matter, their guiding principles. This is great stuff. Oh, restorative justice. Let me show you this. This is from the curriculum sent over to schools all over the country. Quote, as we think about discussing big ideas with little people, we consider age-appropriate language so our students or children can grasp the concept we're introducing and incorporate these ideas and language into their own thinking and conversation. In other words, open brain, insert ideology. The forefathers of cultural Marxism likewise knew that you couldn't talk about Marxism, communism, and socialism. Can't say those things out loud. So they used dialectics to hide what is really being taught. All the new language that you're learning, Marxist. That's how they brought radical leftism to the colleges and universities. This is how they're doing it now in grade school. If you take a look at their little dialectics key, which is right here, definitions, and types of symbols that you can use too, you will see this is all in the curriculum. Black villages, what does it really mean, that preschool poster? Well, according to this, black villages is the disruption of Western nuclear family dynamics and a return to the collective village. Now, gee, where have I heard that before? I remember. Black Lives Matter from their own publications. Quote, we disrupt the Western prescribed nuclear family structure requirement by supporting each other as extended families and villages that collectively care for one another, especially our children. I'm sorry, but my family is not in a collective. My children are my children. Never forget who these people really are. They openly brag about it. Watch.
I also think that it might, I think of a lot of things. The first thing I think is that we actually do have an ideological frame. Myself and Alicia in particular are trained organizers. We are trained Marxists.
Trained Marxists. That was Patrisse Cullors, one of the Black Lives Matter co-founders. You've probably seen that video from one of my other shows or seen it elsewhere. But have you seen this one?
The Labor Community Strategy Center is my first political home. It's where I would be a part of what it's famous for, which is the Bus Riders Union.
Started by an old friend of mine,
yes, Eric Mann. That's my mentor.
Wow. Her mentor, Eric Mann. He sounds delightful. Who is he? A member of the radical left-wing terror group Weather Underground. He was charged with attempted murder of police officers in Boston back in 1969. Black Lives Matter, that's her God, her mentor. I told you that the violent radicals of the 1960s were training a younger crop to succeed them. Well, they have. And those people put together Black Lives Matter, and now they are teaching this poison to our children. I'll show you the schools where we can track down where this is happening. If you think it's not happening in your school, you are fooling yourself. With virtual school beginning all over the country right now, take this opportunity. Monitor everything that is being taught to your kids. If you see anything, I'll show you tonight. You take that to the school board immediately. In many cases, I will show you later, teachers are implementing this material without approval. Let me show you this. This teacher from Philadelphia tweeted, then promptly deleted his concerns that with online learning from home, conservative parents might be able to listen in when they start preaching about race. Really? One county in Tennessee. If you haven't pulled your children out of this school district in Tennessee, you're out of your mind. They told parents that they were not allowed to monitor their child's virtual classes. Why? How about this? This is a photo that was taken of a child's computer during virtual learning in Los Angeles. Oh, she can't breathe. A concerned father sent it to Blaze TV host Elijah Schaffer after he heard this English teacher instructing her students on, quote, racial injustice and fixing the corrupt system. School this year just started. Let me show you what else we found. Concerned parents sent this in, sounding alarm bells all over the place. Look at this. Oh, it's somebody teaching, oh, no family separation, Black Lives Matter, climate change is real. Oh, this is great. Journalist Julie Gunlock tweeted this picture after she saw what her son was learning this week during online schooling. Is your child attending virtual classes this week? Move that desk into the kitchen. I don't care if it's in your bedroom. I don't even care if it's in your bed, if that's where you are all the time. Monitor everything right now. You can't get this stuff into schools without the most powerful and largest labor union in the country on your side. I'm going to say some crazy things, but they're not crazy anymore. I mean, is it crazy to think that we might be on the verge of a revolution or a civil war? Look at what's happening on our streets. Nothing is as you think it is. The National Education Association, the NEA, pretty much every other teacher union in the country is subservient to them. Well, they've been going hog wild in the last few months, pushing Black Lives Matter demands. In fact, you can't bring your kids back into school because of COVID without some of their demands. One of them is until they're safe schools that don't include any police officers in the school. Wait a minute, I was told you had to take my gun away and I couldn't have a gun. The teacher couldn't have a gun because it needed to be handled by an expert, needed to be held by a police officer. And now you want the police officers out? Oh, yeah, they also want a tax on billionaires. They want economic justice and, of course, climate justice. And new charter schools are out. And private schools. And you shouldn't be able to home teach anymore. What does that have to do with COVID? They also helped organize a day of resistance a couple of weeks ago, quote, to advance a racial justice agenda in public education, in particular by organizing for police-free schools. One of their partners, of course, was the Democratic Socialists of America. Do not trust the teachers union. And quite honestly, if your teacher, they don't have to join them anymore. They don't have to give their money. If your teacher refuses to stop sending money to these unions, I don't trust that teacher. I showed you several weeks ago that Black Lives Matter fundraising, basically a dark money clearinghouse for the left. So teachers unions, there it is. These are the top 20 recipients from teachers unions and political candidates so far in 2020. Look at the names from the National Association, Education Association, on down to the smaller unions. Do you see a single R there? Not one. They are a cash cow for the left while simultaneously pushing indoctrination into our schools. Well, Glenn, when did this happen? It's always been this way. We just didn't care. And now at the end, if you don't stand up now, you lose not just your country, you lose your children. That's not hyperbole. The National Education Association was founded in 1850 to promote government-owned schools and modern ideas. And they promoted the school system based off of authoritarian European systems like the one in Prussia, Germany, American socialist activists saw public school students as the perfect subjects to re-engineer society. In fact, in 1935, during their 72nd annual convention, NEA Executive Secretary Willard Givens wrote, "Many drastic changes must be made. A dying laissez-faire must be completely destroyed, and all of us, including the owners, must be subject to a large degree of social control." Quote, "The major function of the school is the social orientation of the individual. It must seek to give him understanding of the new transition to a new social order." Doesn't sound like their plan had anything to do with reading, writing, and arithmetic. In the late 1930s, the NEA began implementing what is now called neo-Marxism through the teachings of Germans who had fled Nazi Germany. They set up shop right in New York City at Columbia University. It was called the Frankfurt School. I know all about it because I wanted to write a book about it, but Simon & Schuster said no one would be interested in any of this history. Of course not. This school advocated the death of American culture in order to destroy capitalism. And the teachers' unions would take this directly to public school classrooms. The NEA, quote, "made a goal of education not to educate the young, but to give them an anarchic self-esteem, deprive them of any sense of what's right or wrong." Wow, mission accomplished, check. In 1978, the NEA's executive director stated this is their goal: to tap the legal, political, and economic power of the U.S. Congress. "We want leaders and staff with sufficient clout that they may roam the halls of Congress and collect votes and reorder the priorities of the United States of America." Good heavens! Reorder the priorities of the United States of America. But I thought it was all about the kids, all about reading, writing, and arithmetic. It never has been that. Teachers' unions are pushing cultural Marxism into our school, and they are doing it to fundamentally transform the country. And this is your last call, America. So paint me completely unsurprised when this shows up on my desk. A leaked batch of documents pushing Marxism and Black Lives Matter as school curriculum. And then I saw who the major endorser was. The National Education Association, the teachers union. I haven't even scratched the surface on this. This program will not even begin to scratch more than the surface of this, but I'm going to tell you about this and show you some of the terrifying curriculum enclosed. How does he say it? Open brain, insert ideology. Okay, according to a recent statement by Bloomberg in Yahoo Finance, the Fed will likely ramp up asset purchases. What does that mean? Did you know the Fed already is the largest landowner in the world? The Federal Reserve is? Oh, yeah, they're just making asset purchases. Oh, and they're also making asset purchases on Wall Street, so they're buying up the shares of all of our companies, too. Oh, what could possibly go wrong? Fiscal stimulus, out-of-control spending. May I just say, I'm glad that I bought gold, and I've been telling you for a while to buy gold, but I'm telling you now, we are, which is the worst one, DEFCON 1 or DEFCON 5? I think it's DEFCON 1 is the worst one, right? I don't know. I would be bad in nuclear war. I'd be like, we're ready to launch. No, we're having a picnic. Anyway, Goldline right now is offering a free silver coin, the heroes of two nations silver bullion coins. I think they're Canadian. With the purchase of every box of gold Liberty coins. These are the ones that I buy. And I want you to call Goldline now and find out how to get the free silver and also why I buy these Liberty coins. I just bought a box of them here recently. Please, don't dismiss the warnings now. Too many things are up in the air, and God only knows what's going to happen in November. Please do your own homework. Pray about it. Study it out in your own mind. But call them right now at 866-GOLD-LINE, 866-GOLD-LINE. They're waiting for your call right now, 866-GOLD-LINE or goldline.com. All right, again, I want to start with talking to you about the 800 files. This is one. The 800 files of school curriculum that were recently leaked from a teacher. We know this teacher is a black conservative. He received all of these from a group of teachers at a recent teachers conference this summer. And he started going over it and listening to everyone, and it scared the heck out of him. I'd have him on, but he is rightfully very concerned about the backlash that he would get. The cost to his family and his career is too high. We have verified through a secondary source that he is, in fact, a teacher. He's been teaching for over 25 years. We also have done some homework on where this is, and we'll show you that here in a minute. Not only is it disturbing, all of this, but the source said he was told that teachers have been sharing this curriculum everywhere they can. And I'll show you how far it's spread later on in the show. The teacher gave these documents to our source, a friend of his, and that person put it all on social media. Not one single outlet has looked into it until tonight. Yet another case of the mainstream media failing in its job. But you know what? You are the only one that's going to make a difference. I showed you earlier the National Education Association has endorsed this. That's the teachers union. But it has a string of other high-profile endorsements, including the Seattle Education Association, the Chicago Teachers Union, the New York City and Maryland State Education Association. If you live in any of those cities or states, your kids, I can guarantee you, will be seeing this stuff soon, if not right now. And what I'm about to show you is just the beginning, but I found it a little shocking. Black Lives Matter supporters have developed lesson plans that start from preschool all the way up to the 12th grade. I don't know. Did the Tea Party ever do this? Oh, no, we didn't have the money. Do you know the money it would take to tailor things for ages and get it out to the schools and the unions for each age to be able to brainwash the kids on Marxism and how to destroy capitalism by using race, sexual orientation, and gender? To do that, you have to focus on some principles. First one, restorative justice. In essence, tear it all down and let somebody else rise from the ashes. Now, you can't say that to a 5-year-old. Instead, they offer this little poster to be hung up in your preschool's classroom. We know that if someone knocks down someone's block building, you have to help him rebuild it. You can't just say sorry and walk away. In other words, hey kids, here's how we justify riots. It's a Sesame Street guide to mayhem. Might as well just show a big picture of a big, happy, bumbling big bird tearing apart Wall Street like Godzilla for the entire Marxist village. Next is empathy. If you're white, you're a racist. To help students learn all about their racism, these radicals have a lesson plan for that. They recommend listening to a little Tupac while reading a poem from the Black Panther radical Assata Shakur, and then ask the question, why is the black and brown body hated so much? It's hated? Next, loving engagement. They define this as a commitment to practice justice, liberation, and peace. In other words, it's a summer of peace. Get out onto the streets, pick up a sign, and protest. This is a week-long curriculum titled Children and Youth as Change Makers. The goal is to teach kids how to become a social justice advocate and hit the street. This is for third graders. It is a 5-day lesson plan, Monday through Friday. It culminates on the final day with the following. Children engage directly in their cause of choice. Have children create protest signs for issues that they want to stand up for or fight against. Stage hallway protest, gym rally, or go into the neighborhood for a youth march. Our children don't stand a chance. They're not being taught anything except how to be radical activists. What the hell has happened? They're being turned into street soldiers as early as 9 years old, and most of us never even know it's happening. You think a 9-year-old cares about making protest signs and hitting the streets? Well, maybe a protest over the meatloaf, but that's about it. I'm sure you've seen the uptick of kids being used lately as leftist causes. A lot of us thought, why would their parents do that? It's not the parents. It's being taught to them in the schools. This is a group of kids that the writers of this curriculum proudly flaunted, no doubt after attending their little week-long activist course. Another principle in the lesson plan is collective value. Now, if this were college, they'd come out and say what they really mean. Capitalism is evil. Marxism, socialism is awesome. Private property is from the devil, and individualism is like a cancer. But you're talking to 5 to 18-year-olds. Instead, they say this. Everybody's important and has a right to be safe and happy. Another way to say that is collective value. No. Does it sound happier that way? Kind of makes me want to read some Karl Marx and Bob Ross. Watch him paint at the same time with furry little animals. Last week, we got a glimpse of the part of the Democratic Party's 2020 platform during the DNC. It included a full-on assault to eliminate school vouchers. You want to know why? Because you can't get this into private schools. Not true. You certainly can't get parents to teach this crap. They need every child in America to be instructed with their curriculum, their lesson plans, all of the stuff I'm showing you tonight, all of it. This is what they want taught. And if you attempt to get away from it, they're going to shut you down. Did you happen to see what was going on in the background of Elizabeth Warren's DNC speech? Looked like it was from a kindergarten classroom. There she is. BLM. Oh, that's what's in the end. BLM in blocks. This curriculum has been approved from the very top. If you thought what's being taught to grade schoolers was bad, wait until you see what they're pushing on middle and high schoolers. These kids are getting a crash course on Marxism and communism. It's insane. It includes an entire section on the amazing virtues of the Black Panthers. I am telling you, with everything in me, I believe these are the seeds of Hitler Youth. If this stuff is taught to our children, your children turn on you because you're a racist. You don't understand. Let me show you this. This is a handout given to students in middle and high school explaining the 10-point program for the Black Panthers. It starts with social justice and spirals into Marxism with the threat of violence. Students are then given this worksheet. Notice question number 2, quote, when the Panthers denounce robbery by the capitalists and say the government should give every man employment or a guaranteed income or else give back the means of production to the community, what political philosophy or system of governments comes to mind? Oh, gee, is it something we studied before? Like, I don't know, communism? They're pushing Marxism with the subtlety of a Sherman tank. Check out question number 4. According to the Black Panthers, what conditions might justify violence? Wow. When I went to school, I was taught nothing ever justifies violence because violence never solves anything. But now, any means necessary. Like everything with Black Lives Matter, the substance always ends with a full court press on communism, the end of capitalism and the end of the family. One of the handouts given to students is W.E.B. Du Bois, an application for a membership in the Communist Party. In his own words, it's an explainer for why he became a communist, why he thinks socialism is so great, and ends with a proposed path to make America a communist country. And they try to dress all of this up by saying, hey, we just care about Black Lives Matter. That's bullcrap. You don't care about any life because all you have to do is look at the record of communism. It ends in despair, depravity, and death every time. What about the Black-owned businesses that are getting torched every night? You care about them? What about the Black lives that have died recently in the riots? Do you care about them? This is a Marxist political movement disguised in social justice dialectic nonsense. And where did it come from? Well, most of the BLM organizers who created this are anonymous. The document is signed, quote, created by teachers in New York City. Well, that's pretty vague. But then again, this woman, Lelena Garcia, appears to be one of the few that's claiming ownership. She's the one taking credit for translating BLM's Marxist demands into child-friendly language. A little tip, if what you're teaching kids needs to be manipulated into child-friendly, it probably shouldn't be taught in the first place. Following the Lelena Garcia bread trail helped us track school systems all over the country that has been infected with this curriculum. Her curriculum was referenced at the Children's Community School in Philadelphia. It's a preschool. We next found her work being distributed in private schools in Illinois. You're not safe there. Most people put their kids in private schools to get away from this kind of garbage. But even going private doesn't mean you're safe. This is a private school in Dallas-Fort Worth. We've tracked this stuff in Baltimore public schools, Howard County public schools in Maryland, D.C. public schools, North Carolina's largest school system in Wake County. It's everywhere. I'm being absolutely serious when I tell you, monitor your children's schooling. Pull them out and start pods if you have to. It is easy to track the curriculum to the first places we did. But where else is it spread? These are a few pictures we found where the material has been implemented, fully out in the open. Do parents know about this? We got this document from a teacher in California. It's mandating training for teachers on how to teach critical race theory, should they choose to teach it, which is insane in and of itself. Critical race theory is a Marxist tool that convinces people that racism is everywhere. It claims that white supremacy is the core of the system, so the system must come down. I kid you not, this is in California schools today. This is from the school board in La Mesa, California. They paid $250,000, your tax dollars, to teach this crap in their public schools. There are so many questions that need to be answered here. For one, there's a clear political bias and agenda. Can teachers actually do this? Is this even legal? So what can we do about it? First, show tonight's episode to anybody who will listen. Get to your local school board. Make sure that it is known this curriculum is not acceptable. This curriculum makes the 1619 project look like nothing, and that's poison. We have to make sure that we are putting up roadblocks to stop this, because the left is marching on as if there are no more roadblocks. Use the uncertainty and the weirdness of this school year to observe everything coming out of your child's school. Make sure you use this time. And quite honestly, I love the teachers that teach my kids. But if they are giving money to the NEA, after they've seen this, I don't trust them. I'm sorry, I don't trust them. No village is responsible for your child. You and I are going to be held eternally responsible for what happens to our children. This is poison. And if you just think this is just a bad pill, you don't think this is poison, wait until episode number 2. Poison beyond your wildest dreams. So about 2 weeks ago, I had my niece come up, and she has a really bad back. And she said, oh, Glenn, do you really use Relief Factor? And I pulled out the bag, and I'm like, every day, 3 times a day. And I said, how's your back? And she said, well, that's why I asked. And I said, just try it. In fact, this bag was almost full. I'd just gotten it. I said, in fact, just take this one. Just try it. And my wife looked at me like, you're going to regret that. And I said, you just try it, please. Well, I did regret it because for about 2 weeks, I was out of Relief Factor. And I have to tell you, my hands were so sore, I couldn't stand. I was wrapped almost from head to toe every night. I was in so much pain. The bag came, my replacement bag, started taking it. Well, it's been 5 days later. I feel great again. Relief Factor, please, please, get your life back. Start taking it now. $19.95, that's for a 3-week trial pack. If it doesn't work, stop taking it. I think you're going to find 70% of the people who try it, it does change your life. It gives you your life back. ReliefFactor.com. Go there now. ReliefFactor.com. Yeah. I think I have it here as it just laid out. Yeah, I have it. Betsy, if you can hear me, you look. Hi, Betsy. You look great. Tell me when you're ready, Stephen. Okay, I can't hear her yet. Okay. All right, here we go. As I've just laid out, the public school system is being targeted by the radical left. This is not something new. Oh, you're not? Okay. All right, I thought you said whenever you're ready. Okay. Could I get a Kleenex? As I just laid out, the public school system that our kids are in right now being targeted by the radical left. And I told you if you're not paying attention, if you're only watching mainstream media, especially CNN, I feel bad for you because it might seem like this is way overdone, that I'm freaking out about nothing. But it is true. And the only way to solve it is at the local level. That means you. I don't think anyone within at least conservative circles would ever suggest the federal government would go butting their noses into the school, the city school boards. I don't want that. But I do want to see what the U.S. government is talking about and what is their opinion on this and how can we improve the quality of education. I'm thrilled to have with us the U.S. Secretary of Education, Betsy DeVos. Secretary, how are you?
Hi, Glenn. Great to see you.
So, first of all, I don't know how much of the monologue you heard, or I think we sent you something online. I've asked several experts who do this for a living, people like you, and I've said, this is the end of the republic if this kind of stuff is taught and drummed into our head every day. And it sounds like hyperbole. And everybody I ask, they say, no, you're right. And I said, I'm looking for someone to say I'm wrong, that I'm overreacting. How dangerous is this? And how pervasive is it?
Well, Glenn, it's very, very troubling. And I think even before our realization today of what's going on currently in schools, we've had years of this kind of cultivation. We're seeing it today in streets in major cities across the country. And, parents today know better than ever, or better than ever before, what's happening with their child's education. They had a chance to observe it or observe what went on this spring. And in all too many cases, nothing went on. But in the cases that did, there's great concern on the part of parents. And it's very troubling to hear about places in Tennessee and Pennsylvania where teachers are telling parents not to eavesdrop on their students, on their children's lessons. And now more than ever, this points to really empowering parents to make those decisions for their kids and choose a different path for parents whose kids are being subjected to this.
So we did some research and we have looked, and it's in the usual places, clearly in California, it's clearly in New York and Illinois, but it's also in places you would not expect it. And I talked to somebody today whose job it is to try to keep the federal government out of things, but yet try to be able to give the tools to parents to be able to control it. And he said, the secret really is at the school board. And many of the school boards won't approve, like, let's say, the 1619 project or some of this BLM stuff. He said, but teachers, they are doing it. And the release of these 800 files from a teacher said the very same thing, that the teachers, one math teacher said, how do I teach this? And they are schooling them on how to make the examples in the classroom all BLM friendly. So even if you go to the school board, is that enough?
Well, I think it depends on the school board, clearly, and it depends on the community. But even beyond that, the most local decision-making body there is the family, the parents that today, all too many of them don't have the opportunity to really control their kids' education and therefore what they're learning and what their, what their whole environment is. So more than ever today, there's a demand, an increasing demand, to give parents the options and give them control of resources that are being spent on their children anyway, to be able to, if they decide to homeschool. I heard that Broward County, Florida being one of the states with a very widespread choice to begin with, But Broward County, more than 5% of the families there are choosing to keep their children home and homeschooling them this fall.
That's good.
It's like 7,500 kids in Broward County alone. This pandemic has brought about, I believe, a real turning point for K-12 education as parents realize what their kids have or haven't learned in the past and what they're learning today and what their situation is today. You know, so many schools that are not returning to in-person instruction at all, not giving any families any option of doing that, and in fact, ensuring that they're going to stay remote for an indefinite period of time. So more than ever before, parents are demanding that they have choices and options to do with their students what's going to be right for them and their families.
So, Madam Secretary, it doesn't make any logical sense to say we're not returning to school until they're safe, when the CDC says it's safer in school. It's better for the health of everybody, including psychological health. And then they also say you can't have parents or teachers have guns. But now the NEA is saying, well, we can't have police officers there anyway. You just told us for years you were taking our guns or wanted to take our guns because we'd have professionals like police officers in our school.
Well, again, the reality is that parents are realizing today the deficiencies of some of their kids' educational settings and are demanding more than ever before. There's a increased receptivity, even among families who have moved to a good school district. They're finding and discovering their schools are not meeting their needs. It is a completely non-child focused agenda that's taken root in all too many districts across the country. And when you hear that, the LA Teachers Board says we're not going to go back to work until it's safe, quote unquote, and oh, by the way, until we have universal health care, until we defund the police, until we
private,
whole laundry list of left-wing demands. And so this is a time where I believe parents have got to raise their voices, not only with their local school boards, if that's where they want the outlet to be, but with their legislators to demand that they have that they can control the resources that are being invested in their children. They're paying property taxes. Grandparents are paying property taxes. Businesses are paying property taxes. And they should be able to say, we want something different. We want something better for our kids.
All right. Thank you for being on the program. We're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to come back with Secretary Betsy DeVos from the Trump administration. She gets a lot of heat, but I'm telling you, I think she is exactly what we need. And if we have a change in administration, all bets are off. All bets are off on the future of our children. All right, let me tell you about our sponsor, Built Bar. I just got an order of the new protein bar, Built Bar. This is something my wife has been saying to me over and over. Oh, you gotta have Built Bar. That is so good. And I'm like, they're protein bars. All protein bars sound. Look at me. This is a finely tuned machine here. I mean, I just don't put anything in my body. It's got to have maybe plastic in it. You're talking to me about health bars? They always suck. I believe that there's a chance that Built Bar, there's no way they're this healthy. No way they're this healthy and taste this good. Really. High protein, low calorie, high fiber, low carb. Tanya was right. This once, Tanya. This once, may I recommend, they will blow your mind, Built Bar. They just added 6 new flavors. The Oreo cookie tastes like you're eating Oreo cookies. Try them now. Just go to BuiltBar.com, BuiltBar.com, and use the promo code Beck, and I think you're going to save like $10. BuiltBar.com, promo code Beck. Secretary DeVos, we only have a couple more minutes left, and I want to ask you, I could spend another hour with you. Is the president just came out and said he wants kids to learn about American exceptionalism. I don't believe in the federal government telling people what to do in their own local communities. On the other hand, what's being taught is poison to the republic. Can you withhold funding from schools that are teaching things like the 16? I'm just using this as an example. The 1619 Project.
Well, that is a very valid question, and one I think, frankly, that our members of Congress need to wrestle with. And they have the power of the purse. We are certainly, from an administration standpoint, looking at ways that we can help encourage in major ways the schools and states doing the right thing. But the reality is that Congress has abdicated their responsibility in many ways, and they have continued to do so. And they continue to do so by protecting a system that has brought about much of the trouble that we have evident in our cities and across the country today. Again, I go back to the fact that today, more than ever, we know that the K-12 system has been broken for many years. That is being exposed ever so broadly now. And now is the time to make a change and to empower families and empower parents with the opportunity to choose where their children go to school, to match their family's values, to find those places where they will teach about American history and civics and exceptionalism, and to create new opportunities where those that are existing refuse to change and refuse to acknowledge the harm that's been done.
So there's a couple of things that, and I don't even know, do we have 2 minutes left, 3 minutes left? California's AB 5 bill makes it harder for contract workers. They're getting rid of Uber and Lyft and everything else, but this is for teachers too.
Exactly. I mean, now when families are left with schools not opening and they're finding creative solutions, those families with the economic means to do so are finding creative solutions with homeschooling and tutors and, forming these pods or micro schools.
And but those
comes out with a law that basically doesn't allow creative teachers and entrepreneurial teachers to do their thing. And it's just a travesty.
People are being trapped. They're being trapped in cities by Democrats that won't defend, that won't send the police in. They're being trapped if you live in California, even though if you bring your kid to a private school, a judge just blocked funding from the CARES Act to go to private school. I know you can't talk about an ongoing case, but what should people do?
Well, this is a point at which parents have to continue to raise their voices, and I think especially with their members of Congress. And we have elections coming up in a couple of months. Pay attention to the issues here, and make sure you are doing what's right for your child and insisting that their futures have to be considered here, and that your desires for their futures have to be considered. And frankly, in all of this, I'm most concerned about the most vulnerable kids, those whose parents don't have the economic means to do something different when their school is not addressing the needs. And so again, it all comes back to empowering families with those resources to go and find the right fit for their child's education.
I'm sorry to cut you off. Thank you so much for spending the time with us tonight. Secretary Betsy DeVos, Secretary of Education.
Thanks so much, Glenn.
You bet. Thank you. Secretary, I hope that was okay. Everything went well for you.
I think it was good. I hope that's it was helpful for you.
Yeah, I think so. I will tell you that I sense a problem at the federal, just between us, and maybe you can noodle this and talk to whoever, but I sense a growing problem in the country with the average conservative, and that is we believe in federalism.
Yes.
But we feel like we're being abandoned, and we don't know how to fix this. How do I, if my state won't call in the National Guard, what do I do? If I'm in California, do I move? And we just feel abandoned, and that's the problem with federalism. But how do we maneuver this without wrecking federalism?
Well, a very good question. And, I think more and more people are realizing that who you elect to office matters, that the policies they impose matter. And I think, I'm very hopeful that we're going to see a sea change in, who ultimately is elected to run these cities and these states. Because California is going to continue to have a people drain.
Yeah.
And I'm concerned for Arizona and Texas. I'm hopeful that their elected officials are going to be very open about, you're moving here. Pay attention to why you're moving here. Really, it really critically examine what brought you to this place and leaving that place.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because you don't want to import the same problems.
Yeah. Betsy, thank you so much. God bless you.
Thanks so much, Glenn.
Thank you.
God bless you.
You bet.
Bye-bye.
Okay, 30 seconds here. More on the radio on this subject tomorrow. Also, all the documents at glennbeck.com. Good night. Okay. All right. Okay, here we go. Now, let's go. Hello, America. Welcome to the Friday exclusive. This is a time for just Blaze subscribers, and it's commercial free, and we're glad you're here. This week we've been talking a lot about academia in our schools. We had Betsy DeVos on just a couple of days ago. If you suspected that academia had been compromised, I can tell you that it is so much worse than you ever could have imagined. And life as we know it now in America is at stake. Our friends at the Clarion Project have put together a new production. It's horrific. It is illuminating. It's a documentary that we're airing now exclusively to Blaze TV subscribers. And we want you to watch. We want you to watch it. We're premiering it here. It is well worth 30 minutes of your time. I wish I could tell you what the name of it is, but I can't because what is it? Let's do it over again because what is it? Hello, America. Welcome to our Friday exclusive. This is a time where you and I get to just sit back and kind of just review some of the things. There's no set agenda, there's no commercials, it's just us. This week we've been talking about academia, we've been talking about riots on the streets, and of course the convention. Everything but the convention is a lot worse than we thought. I thought the convention would be horrible, and it was great. There's our bright outlook. Everything else is worse than we could have ever imagined, especially academia. But I want to talk to you tonight about something else. Life as we know it is at stake. The people at the Clarion Project, who are partners of ours and good friends, they have put together a documentary called Covert Cash. It is an enthralling and horrific and illuminating documentary that we are airing exclusively to Blaze TV subscribers. It's 30 minutes. It is well worth your time. We want to show it to you today. It's spies, war crimes, big tech, anti-Semitism, blood money, human rights violations, massacres, propaganda. And that's the first 5 minutes. Experts from across the political spectrum disentangle the nefarious plot to undermine American democracy, and it is happening right now. Just the other day, the Wall Street Journal exposed a new policy at Princeton and Amherst and Harvard to censor material considered politically sensitive by China. The entire Ivy League takes money from countries with abysmal human rights records: Qatar, Russia, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, and the Communist Republic of China, which funded extensive propaganda education programs in most of our elite universities with unreported gifts. And it's even into our high schools now. This is a documentary that is the example of the kind of journalism that America needs now more than ever.
We're protecting from the citizens, and I just got pepper sprayed by a person in the crowd.
So you had non-lethal, but you didn't respond.
We don't have non-lethal.
So you guys are full on ready to defend the property?
Yes, we are. Now, if I can ask, can you guys step back? Medical, EMS right here. I'm an EMT. Need a medic? I am an EMT.
What do you do?
Tell the police, kill them back! Kill them back for taking us! Kill the police for taking us!
I do think that what you said, what's happening in Kenosha, is a Rorschach test for the entire country. And I think this is a blind spot for Democrats. I think Democrats are ignoring this problem or hoping that it will go away. And it's not going to go away. And so, unless someone comes up with a solution over the next 73 days.
For most people who consider themselves pro-life, abortion is abstract. They can't even conceive of the barbarity. They don't know about the products of conception room and abortion clinics where infant corpses are pieced back together to ensure nothing remains in the mother's womb.
I do think that what you said, what's happening in Kenosha, is a Rorschach test for the entire country. And I think this is a blind spot for Democrats. I think Democrats are ignoring this problem or hoping that it will go away. And it's
one of Mr. Phillips' fellow agitators yelled out, "We got him. It's all right here on video. And we won, Grandpa." What I thought was a strange encounter quickly developed into a major news story, complete with video footage.
Like all of you, I have reflected on the racial unrest in our country. It is a harsh reality that we are not proud of parts of our history.
Let's start with this decision to go dark.
Dark, divisive version of America.
Dark and distorted version of reality.
Dark, dystopian view of America.
Dark warning.
Dark and sad.
Dark and divisive.
I just mess with you. It happens all the time. I'm like, I miss my hair.
Because once they get older, it's the wedding cake costs.
Oh, jeez.
Today, President Trump will send in federal law enforcement to Kenosha after rioter fatalities. And CNN finally thinks riots are bad because, you know, polls and stuff. We've got a lot to get into, and it starts right now. Welcome to the news and why it matters. I am Sarah Gonzalez, today joined by Lieutenant Colonel Allen West, who is no longer, by the way, a candidate for the GOP party of Texas. He is the chairman of the GOP.
Thank y'all so much.
Texas.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, no, we were so thankful to see you win, and really anxious to see what you do with it, because we need you there right now.
You got me.
Which I'm sure you've noticed. So.
A little bit.
Also joined by Chief Researcher of the Glenn Beck Program, Jason Buttrill. Thank you for being here as well. And by the way, he did a lot of the work for Glenn's special that is coming up tonight. That is a must watch for everyone, I think, but specifically if you have children who are going to school, it is a must watch for you.
This show, and we've done a lot of freaky stuff. This show freaked me out the most because it's targeting kids, preschool to 12th grade. When you see what they're teaching these kids, oh my gosh, I have my son in my home office. I moved his on virtual learning right next to me.
Which, by the way, your son is how old?
He's a freshman in high school.
Yeah, he's not a young one. And Jason's still like, yeah, you're right by me so that I can see what your teachers are doing. That's 9 p.m. Eastern tonight. All right, so President Trump just said earlier this afternoon that he will send federal law enforcement and the National Guard to Kenosha, Wisconsin to restore law and order. After several days of unrest in the city and a night of several fatalities on the ground. He tweeted out, "We will not stand for looting, arson, violence, and lawlessness on American streets. My team just got off the phone with Governor Evers, who agreed to accept federal assistance," and then put in parentheses, "Portland should do the same." He said, "Today, I will be sending federal law enforcement and the National Guard to Kenosha, Wisconsin to restore law and order." Now, just to kind of give some context to this, overnight it got really bad. I'm sure both of you saw there were all of these riots. They were looting businesses. They were burning not just buildings, but cars, plenty of private property over the shooting of a black man, Jacob Blake, who is currently paralyzed. And since then, we've had Elijah Schaffer, who is, of course, with Blaze TV. He hosts Slightly Offensive with Blaze TV. He's honestly the craziest person I know because he's down there in the middle of everything. Saw one of the fatalities happen right in front of him where a man was shot in the head. Now, he actually interviewed the alleged shooter who has been taken into custody. He's a 17-year-old and he has been charged with intentional homicide. But here is the video of Elijah Schaffer interviewing the alleged shooter, and the shooter explaining that they had live rounds and they were there to protect the businesses. Watch.
We're protecting from the citizens, and I just got pepper sprayed by a person in the crowd.
So you had non-lethal, but you didn't respond.
We don't have non-lethal.
So you guys are full on ready to defend the property?
Yes, we are. Now, if I can ask, can you guys step back? Medical, EMS right here. I'm an EMT.
Now, there apparently was a conflict that occurred when the first fatality happened. There was a conflict that occurred at a car lot. The details are unclear, according to Elijah right now, but we do know that there was an altercation, and he allegedly shot a man in the head. And then when he went to go, he apparently was going to go surrender to police. And on his way to do that, he was attacked by the rioters. They tried to chase him down, and this is what happened. Those of you listening on podcast, he is running away from rioters who are approaching him. He trips and falls, and they still approach him, and you can see him shooting off some shots there at the people who are approaching him. He's screaming for a medic and continues walking away. So that's good. So Interesting to see how this plays out, Colonel, but it gets more and more depressing every day seeing this happen.
Well, it does, but it comes back to one of the major themes of this election cycle. Either it's the rule of the law or the rule of the mob. And when you are talking about defunding police and taking police off the streets, then citizens have to be able to go out and defend and protect themselves. And that's what's going to end up happening. We knew that that was going to happen. Think about what just, about 3 weeks ago in Austin, Texas, where the person, the Antifa Black Lives Matter protester with an AK-47 goes up to someone's car and starts pointing the weapon and banging on the car. Well, guess what? That was a soldier inside. And guess what we're trained to do, right? He defended himself. And he went and turned himself in. So this is the end result of this lawlessness out there. And what I noticed last week at the DNC convention, not a single person condemned the violence and the chaos on the streets. They own this, and I think that you're going to see the ramifications thereof at the ballot box.
Do you think they're going to have a hard time proving? I mean, obviously we have a lot of details that have yet to emerge in this, but just looking at that video where this man is trying to leave the scene to go to the officers and he's getting chased. I mean, I'm thinking, I'm probably not putting myself in that position at the beginning of it, but I'm thinking if that's me and I have a weapon and people are approaching me the way that these people are approaching me, I'm just defending myself. It's hard for me to understand how you could charge him right away with intentional homicide.
There was no intent there.
Yeah.
This is one of those situations. He's defending himself, and the only thing I can think of, if he's a legal, law-abiding, gun-owning citizen, well then what? There's no there. Yeah. If someone was chasing me down the street and I'm armed, I have every right to defend myself. And it was 6 or 7 of them against him.
Right, Jason.
This really concerns me because a lot of us were saying when this was breaking out in coastal areas, wait until they move into the suburban areas. Wait until they move into flyover country. It's going to get bad. And what the colonel was pointing out was that the Democrats, I remember there was I think it was a Senate committee where Ted Cruz was asking everyone, look, right now on camera, I'm giving the opportunity to denounce the violence and not the protests, but the riots. Just do it. None of them would do it. So they feel like they have full reign to just full on anarchy in some of these places. You move into some of these areas, places like Texas, places like Wisconsin, they're not going to play around. And we're not even, this was like a 17-year-old kid. We're not even talking about actual professionals, military men that have retired and are now out and actually know how to do something. I pray it never comes to that. But if you continue to let lawlessness abound, that's exactly what's going to happen. I would say I'm probably a libertarian at heart. I'm definitely a constitutional conservative. It feels weird to say the word federalize for anything. But I am to the point to where, look, our system is built in the right way. It goes, you let the local police department handle it. If they can't do it, then it goes up the chain. Then it eventually goes to the governor calling the National Guard. But then if the governor refuses to do that, if the local police department and the mayors, they're not doing their job, the president needs to federalize the National Guard and send them in. I'm just going to say it. He needs to do that. And Kenosha is getting there. They are getting there. I liked what the president said in that tweet, but I hope he puts up here and actually does it. But anywhere else where this happens, look, these mayors are on call, these governors are on call. We'll give you your shot. Take care of it at the local level. That's the way the federal system works. You do it. But if you can't, the federal government's stepping in. And I absolutely agree with you, Colonel. I think that there are going to be ramifications at the polls for this. Absolutely.
They have abdicated. You talk about the mayors in Portland, Seattle, wherever. They have abdicated their roles and responsibilities. So it has to go up to the next level. And then you look at the governor of Oregon, you look at the governor of Washington, they have abdicated. So it has to naturally progress that way. But what I remember is Gerald Nadler, who is the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, who infamously said Antifa is a myth. That's very damning.
Yeah. Well, it was disheartening for me because I went to bed last night and I saw that Elijah had just reported that they were hearing police chatter about armed militia, people, citizens moving into the downtown area where all of the civil unrest was happening. And I turned to my husband and I said, watch, this is going to turn bad. Someone's going to get shot. Someone's going to get hurt. And the unfortunate part is all the mainstream media is going to then put the finger on all of these people who are trying to defend private property, who are trying to protect citizens, who are trying to protect businesses from being burned to the ground. And sure enough, we wake up in the morning and that's exactly what's happened. And I see terms like white supremacists being thrown out. And I see the Washington Post putting out headlines that, as if all of these protests were just peaceful. Here's Elijah's tweet. Washington Post dishonestly calls these people protesters. At the time of being shot, they were destroying cars with metal bats, hammers, and boulders. They were openly rioting, vandalizing, and WAPO intentionally lies to the public. And again, this is someone who is there. He's capturing this footage. These people are not protesters. And you have to ask yourself, I mean, my heart goes out to these people's families who have just died. But what do you expect? What is your expectation when you go onto someone else's private property and start beating the crap out of their stuff? What is your expectation? What is the end result that you think is going to happen?
I don't know. I think they actually know what the end result is. I think that we've talked about this on this network before. There's a lot of radicals behind the scenes that are pushing these people to escalate.
But you think that the people on the ground know? I mean, I would think, I'm thinking, I know cause and effect, and I'm a, grown-ass woman, so I understand what could happen. But I keep wondering, are you here? Are you living on planet Earth? Do you understand the ramifications of what you're doing?
Yeah, it's really hard to say. I know there's a lot of anarchists out there that they want escalation. They want this to get out of control. There's a lot of other people that are just naive and oblivious, and they're going out there and they see that, nothing's happened to them in Portland.
Right.
Nothing happened to them in Seattle.
That's my point.
Yeah.
All of us here are parents, and this is the kid throwing the tantrum metaphor.
Yeah.
When the kid throws the tantrum in the grocery store, you better take action then. If you don't, if you try to compromise, appease, and negotiate with the kid will continue to throw the tantrum. We didn't stop it in Portland, didn't stop it in Seattle. We're not stopping at any of these other places. And so they continue to act with impunity like, I triple dog dare you. The fellow that was down in Austin, just before he was shot, there was a videotape of him, calling people a certain name because he said, they're not going to do anything to me.
Right.
And then what did he end up, doing? Yeah. And he lost his life because of it. So you can push people only so far. And I think that the left will have to be very careful about this.
Yeah. Speaking of the left being very careful about this, coming up next, we've got CNN, none other than Fredo himself and Don Lemon in a conversation about how now all of a sudden they want to pay attention to the riots and the fact that they're bad. You'll never guess why. But first, we want to thank our sponsor, Omega XL. So if you are one of many Americans who maybe you live in pain, maybe it's your back, you got knee problems, neck problems, shoulder problems, whatever the pain is, the underlying cause is usually inflammation. And you usually have to actually treat and defeat the inflammation, or not only does your pain not go away, but it can just cause permanent damage. Omega XL is backed by 35 years of clinical research, and it attacks the inflammation that is actually causing your pain. By the way, I know this from personal experience. I was in a car accident in 2013, messed up a bunch of discs in my back. It's not ideal. It's not something I suggest that anyone goes out and does. But I know what it's like to live in constant pain. And then you think I'll just rub icy hot on it. And that's awesome for 20 minutes. And then it goes away. Omega XL actually neutralizes the inflammation that causes these painful, stiff joints and muscles. You got to try it if you're in pain. Let me tell you, it's just life-changing. It changes your entire outlook on life when you wake up and you're not just in pain all freaking day. Let's get you started. Order Omega XL right now. Get a second bottle for free if you go to omegaxl.com/news. That is omegaxl.com/news. Back in a minute. CNN's Don Lemon, and that's one of my favorite Tucker sayings that he does, just because it's intentional and it just pisses the media off so much. And our good friend Fredo, they were having a conversation yesterday on CNN, as they do. And although I think it was maybe a month ago that they were mocking the right-wing idea of like, oh, this violence in the streets and oh, these people are calling to defund the police, what's going to happen? They were mocking the idea of riots. Now, all of a sudden, they've got a much different tune about the riots and the fact that the Democrat Party is going to need to say something. Joe Biden is going to need to stand up and say something, not because people are getting injured, not because businesses are burning and people's livelihoods are just perishing in the smoke and the ashes, but because it turns out it's really not good for the polls, they say. Watch.
I do think that what you said, what's happening in Kenosha, is a Rorschach test for the entire country. And I think this is a blind spot for Democrats. I think Democrats are ignoring this problem or hoping that it will go away. And it's not going to go away. And so, unless someone comes up with a solution over the next 73 days, or 70 however many days.
68 days.
68 days. So it's not going to, the problem is not going to be fixed by then. But what they can do, and I think maybe Joe Biden may be afraid to do it. I'm not sure. Maybe he won't. Maybe he is. He's got to address it. He's got to come out and talk about it. He's got to do a speech like Barack Obama did about race. He's got to come out and tell people that he is going to deal with the issue of police reform in this country, and that what's happening now is happening under Donald Trump's watch. On Donald Trump's watch. And when he is the president, Kamala Harris is the vice president, then they will take care of this problem. But guess what? The rioting has to stop. Chris, as you know and I know, it's showing up in the polling. It's showing up in focus groups.
There it is.
It is the only thing right now that is sticking.
That's weird, because it's the same freaking people who sat there night after night after night and called them peaceful protesters and enabled these people and used these useful idiots down on the ground who were burning businesses to create and perpetuate a race war. And now all of a sudden they're concerned, not because people are dying, but because the polls and the focus groups show it.
Yeah, well, they can't hide that truth anymore. Last week we had Patty and Mark McCloskey down here for an event right here in Flower Mound. And these people were not Republicans.
Yeah.
But guess what they are now?
Yeah.
And you saw them speak. Patty hated guns. As a matter of fact, dirty little secret, that little thing she was waving around was not a functioning firearm.
That's what I heard afterward.
It was not a functioning firearm, but what they did, they removed it out of the evidence room, and they put a firing pin in it, they disassembled it, and made it functional. And she's a very good lawyer. She's upset. Yeah. Guess what? She's a gun girl now. So what these guys are starting to realize is that last month was one of the largest months for firearms purchases in the history of this country.
Crazy.
A lot of these people purchasing firearms are those suburban white women that they thought that they were just going to easily win. They're concerned about their safety and security.
Yeah.
So no one is going out and purchasing a firearm so that 3 or 4 months from now they can give it away.
Right. Yes, to Kamala and Joe Biden.
Say that comment you just said, saying you don't like guns is so foreign to me. It's like saying you don't like little puppy dogs. I can't, it doesn't compute.
Those people exist. But they don't exist for long, because all of a sudden they have that moment. And she had that moment when the mob came onto their private property.
They're exactly right. They thought that their strategy was, we're going to show how racist this president, his party, and this country ultimately is, and we're the party that's going to make us unracist.
Yeah.
So they were like sticking to that line, and they were like, oh, it's perfect. All the protest riots and everything that fits our narrative. Now they're seeing that, hey, Americans don't actually like rioting and people breaking stuff. They don't like that after all. So now they're all shifting tune. I saw multiple different polls. For one, I don't think that the pollsters know how to poll Trump's base. I don't think they figured it out. I still don't think they figured it out since 2016. They're still like, we don't know. Because I think a lot of people feel so shamed, into voting for Donald Trump that they're like, nah, I'm voting independent, or I'm not voting at all. They don't even let it be known.
I don't know.
Or I don't know. Yeah, whatever. But now we're seeing, after all this happened, Trump's gaining in all those battleground states. Since the end of the DNC, all those battleground states, Trump's actually making gains. Again, I think the gains are larger than even what they're seeing.
Of course.
Absolutely. And then, and this is key, I saw another, this was like maybe last week, they did a poll on independents, and Trump was winning, I think, over 10 points amongst independents. I was worried about Biden because the first speech I saw him do in Michigan back before he declared, that was aimed right at independents.
Yeah.
And I was like, he's, out of all the candidates they could have thrown out there, he's the one that might have made those people that could jump either way jump over towards Biden. But he's not winning them. So the thing that I thought was the strongest about Biden is now looking like that's not a lead at all.
Yeah.
So they're in serious trouble now, and CNN, their megaphone, is obviously looking at it.
Yeah.
And if they think that they can control this mob, it's too late. This is Frankenstein's monster that they created, and now he's out across the countryside, and people are just absolutely repulsed by what they're saying. You're just an honest, everyday businessman, a businesswoman, like the person that you saw in Kenosha said, my family business is gone.
Yeah.
Burned down to the ground. I had nothing to do with this, but yet this violence came to my doorstep.
I actually saw a video of, I think it was a restaurant owner, and all the windows were bashed in, and he was actually yelling at the rioters and said, do you guys want to get Trump reelected?
Yeah.
Do you want to get Trump reelected? Because that's what you're going to do right here with this.
Yeah.
You're going to get Trump reelected with this.
I hope history looks back at all of this when everyone finally concedes and says, okay, this was bad. This was bad for our country. Look what it did. I hope one guy gets a whole lot of credit for it, and that's Keith Ellison. I hope that I seriously think they're going to look at that decision to withhold that the police officer body cam footage, to withhold that, and then to do that to go after a trumped up charge of second degree murder. I think they're going to say, okay, like this is the moment when everyone freaked out. If they would have released that footage right off the bat, there would have been a lot of people who would be like, oh, there's a lot more context to this story. We don't know everything. Yes, his death was bad. And it definitely should have been, they should have looked at that, further and harshly. But there was a whole lot of stuff that they just didn't want us to know about.
Yeah. Never let a good crisis go to waste.
Colonel, what do you make of Don Lemon saying that Joe Biden needs to go out and do a speech like Barack Obama did on race?
We don't need a speech on race. I mean, that's not going to solve this issue.
Like, I think that's what we've been getting 24/7.
Well, that's all they think. Yeah, we need more speeches on race. The most racist group in the United States of America, the greatest purveyors of systemic racism, is the Democrat Party.
Yes.
You just look at their history.
Yes.
So there is no way that they can put a Band-Aid over this sucking chest wound. They're going to lose, and they're going to lose horribly, because this group, this mob, they're not going to get under control in the next 68 days. Well, even less than that, because they're about to go into early voting. So they're staring at their own demise. And if they think that they're going to all of a sudden flip a switch and make them stop, well, everyone's going to play this tape and say, okay, now all of a sudden you want to try to quell this because you know it's hurting your electoral chances. Not going to happen.
What do you think, Jason?
I think that there's a big part of the country that's now waking up and saying, for the longest time, the left has called conservatives, Republicans racist. Go all the way back to LBJ. I hate LBJ, but I can always go back to their war on poverty. They've been able to win that culture war by saying, because we believe a different way to build people up from poverty, somehow makes us racist. Now their plan was like, oh no, we want a larger government. We're going to hand out these. We're going to give handouts, not to build them up, but to keep them down.
Keep them down.
And that is the craziest mind switch, mind screw I've ever seen in my life. They've been able to get away with that. We're the racist ones because we want people to rise up on their own, and to stay out and to prosper and to continue on. But no, they're the compassionate ones because they want to hold people down. It's absolutely insane.
That is the soft bigotry of their low expectations. And what was so funny, the very first press release from the Texas Democrat Party after I won the race to be chairman, I was called a racist.
Gotta love it.
So I'm thinking,
gotta love it.
Dude, do you even know what I look like?
I don't think so.
But that's their fail-safe.
Yeah.
When they feel threatened, when they know that their backs are against the wall, when they're cornered, you're a racist to try to get you to shut up.
Speaking of the stark contrast between the two parties, up next we have the RNC Convention Night 2. You don't want to miss it. We'll be right back. The second night of the Republican National Convention was largely about highlighting America as the land of opportunity. We saw some immigrants get naturalized. There were some ceremonies with that. We saw a reformed, what was he, a bank robber? Mm-hmm. And turned a Christian law-abiding citizen. We saw him get pardoned. It was really highlighting just kind of the contrast between the way that the Democrats see America and the way that the Republicans still see America as the land of opportunity. We had Abby Johnson also, who went on stage and gave an amazing testimony, pro-life testimony. We had Nick Sandmann, who was just, God bless Nick Sandmann. He's look at him. He's so adorable. And he's
rich.
He is
okay.
Rich, and rightfully so. And rightfully so.
Please get in my face and bang a drum. Please, okay.
We had, I should have said, we had Chris Cuomo and Don Lemon's boss, Nick Sandmann, on the RNC last night. But he gave a great speech about cancel culture coverage and how the media is wrong to do that. And then we had the elegant and graceful Melania Trump, who talked about all of the racial unrest going on and how we needed to look towards the future instead of really pitting yourself against the other side. Here's a little bit of her speech.
Like all of you, I have reflected on the racial unrest in our country. It is a harsh reality that we are not proud of parts of our history. I encourage people to focus on our future while still learning from our past. We must remember that today we are all one community comprised of many races, religions, and ethnicities. Our diverse and storied history is what makes our country strong, and yet we still have so much to learn from one another. With that in mind, I like to call on the citizens of this country to take a moment, pause, and look at things from all perspectives. I urge people to come together in a civil manner so we can work and live up to our standard American ideals. I also ask people to stop the violence and looting being done in the name of justice, and never make assumptions based on the color of a person's skin. Instead of tearing things down, let's reflect on our mistakes, be proud of our evolution, and look to our way forward.
Now, a reasonable, sane person would listen to that and be like, wow, that's a pretty inspiring thing to say. But, we're dealing with the left. So just a few reactions from the left for you guys here. Bette Midler, Be Best is back. A huge bore. She can speak several words in a few languages. Get that illegal alien off the stage. Oh, God, she still can't speak English, which is weird because I feel like they're the ones who constantly call Republicans xenophobic and racist, little bit xenophobic and racist, racism coming from Bette Midler. And then, of course, Kathy Griffin, very quickly. At least it was very simple-minded. It just said, seriously, F this B. So, also very feminist of her to speak that way about a woman.
100 years of women's suffrage, and this is what you get.
Yes.
But see, this is that cherry picking. We like certain women, the women that agree with us. We like certain black people, the black people that agree with us, or Hispanic, or whatever. They are the most xenophobic, racist bunch that is out there. And anyone would look at that. Just think, if someone had put tweets out like that after Michelle Obama spoke.
They would have been blacklisted, canceled,
excoriated.
Never be able to show your face again. You could barely show your face in public if you said you didn't like Michelle Obama's arms.
Yeah.
Jason.
I don't give a crap about what Hollywood people say at this point. And what's funny is, again, that's another thing that I think people are starting to wake up from.
And that's all that they had at their convention.
I know, right?
It was just Hollywood.
I know. All of those, I don't know about them specifically, but in general, Hollywood is horrible. I've worked in that industry for years and years and years, over a decade. And every single one of them, you'll see them virtue signal at award shows or things like this, but you know how they are in real life. And after Weinstein and all that, now you pretty much know that, they're just ridiculous, but they have chosen a side that lets them virtue signal the most. Not really have a plan to do anything, but to sound like they have more virtue. What was interesting to me is I saw a lot of people, actual like journalists that are clearly not conservative. They were actually, I think they kind of saw the wisdom of not taking that.
Yeah.
They were saying, "Oh, this is the message that Donald Trump should have," stuff like that. It was funny because it really, like a week before that or days before that, they were criticizing what she did in the Rose Garden. But the moment she actually, she came through with this speech, they were like, "Okay, fine. Well, we'll concede, this one time."
Which, quite honestly, it is the message that Donald Trump gives. It's just not given in that manner.
That tone. Right?
Yeah, right.
That
It's
tone.
given in typical Donald Trump
They've had
tone.
they've had some strong, very strong messaging coming in. A lot of the women speakers at the RNC have been very great. That message that Melania Trump gave was perfect,
Yes.
right on. Kim Klacik, I can't say enough about that girl.
Yeah.
Everything from her ad, which, okay, you could say, okay, it was an ad, it was scripted, whatever, but then she followed it up again right afterwards at the RNC. That is the message that Republicans need to be taking to some of these cities.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no argument with it.
Nope.
There really isn't.
Nope.
And so we had her, there were also some business owners that they showed from, the Midwest, Middle America, who were talking about, having a thriving business. It was to me, very inspirational, very much what they categorized it, which was the land of opportunity. But here was the mainstream media, who, of course, they don't want to see America as that. They want to see Republicans focusing on dark and divisive things. And so that was their talking point, and they ran with it. Watch.
Let's start with this decision to go dark.
Dark, divisive version of America.
Dark and distorted version of reality.
Dark, dystopian view of America.
Dark warning.
Dark and sad. Dark and divisive.
The first night of the convention, it really took a dark turn. It was very ominous.
Painting a dark picture.
Painting a dark picture.
Painting a dark picture.
But a lot of people saw a very dark picture.
Dark and dystopian.
Absolutely dark.
Dark portrait of America.
Darkness, doom, and gloom.
That's racist. They just called him dark. They just called my former colleague dark. But isn't it amazing? It's like they put a chip in the base of their skull, and they open, and they all come out and say the exact same thing.
Yes.
It's just incredible to me.
You got Tweedledee and Tweedledum over there, Chris Cuomo and Don Lemon. Oh, it was so dark, as if Joe Biden wasn't the one who went up on stage and literally said there is no miracle coming. Literally told the American people, hate to break it to you guys, but this is really going to suck and there's no miracle coming. Oh, man, that's not
Oh,
dark.
Barack Obama crying, I'm so concerned about my country that I weaponized the federal government to go after people for, and I spied on everybody. I won't get the chance to do that again.
That's what's so amazing. Everything they criticized Trump over, right, going after, a war on the press. Obama literally had a war on the press.
Yeah.
He had what was it, the IRS and members of the DOJ actually tailing them. And then
James Rosen.
James Rosen, that's right, over at Fox.
Yeah. But that's why it's like I feel like I'm repeating myself. I'm a broken record, but it's every day. It's just epic levels of projection by the Democrat Party and the mainstream media, painting Republicans as exactly what they prove themselves to be every single time. Every time. Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong. And like I said, they call us racist, but they have the racist history. They call us dark, but when you go out into the streets every night, who's out there creating the havoc and the violence and what have you? They went after the Tea Party, call them extremists, racist, terrorists, and everything, but they're silent on Antifa, Black Lives Matter, and what is going on every night all across the United States of America.
Right, yeah.
That's why they're going to lose.
I don't recall seeing the Tea Party burning down private businesses.
That's what I was about to say.
I must have missed that night. I don't know. All right, we've got more to come. Back in a minute.
The Tea Party did anything at all, a fraction of what
Jason, you kind of referenced this case earlier, but new court documents have uncovered 2 memos dated May 26th and June 1st that suggest that Chief Hennepin County Medical Examiner Dr. Andrew Baker concluded that George Floyd, remember him? That feels like 10 million years ago that we were talking about George Floyd. But remember, the George Floyd death was kind of the what caused all of these following riots to happen, race riots. This concluded that George Floyd likely died from a fentanyl overdose and found, quote, no physical evidence suggesting that he died of asphyxiation. The memo read, Andrew Baker said that if Mr. Floyd had been found dead in his home or anywhere else and there were no other contributing factors, he would conclude that it was an overdose death in the memo dated June 1st. Now, this is obviously contrary to the Armed Forces Medical Examiner and the final conclusion by Hennepin County that Floyd's death was a homicide, which said his death was caused by police subdual and restraint in the setting of severe hypertensive cardiovascular disease and methamphetamine and fentanyl intoxication. But, you know, I guess really what it comes down to is it would be nice, Colonel, if we could wait until we see all of the facts play out instead of burning down Minneapolis and a whole bunch of other cities that followed. And now we see, oh, wait, it may not be as clear cut as this white guy just killed this black guy. He must be super racist. Let's destroy the country.
But the facts are not what matters to the left. It is everything that they can use to leverage their ideological agenda and cause all the unrest that we're seeing out in the streets. And more people in the United States of America are seeing that. They are the first ones that are always going to rush toward a judgment. So this young man, you know, there in Kenosha, Wisconsin, now is a white supremacist. Kid might be a straight A student, but he was out there doing his civic duty to protect, you know, private property and businesses and things of that nature. So that's what we're dealing with here. And the great thing is that we have people like Jason that are out there and people like you that are, you know, hunting down that truth and getting it out there for people to see and understand. And again, I just think you're going to see an incredible victory at the ballot box, because you may not like Donald Trump, but you don't want to see lawlessness, a lack of law and order, and the rule of the mob in your streets.
Yeah, I hope you're right, Jason.
I think it's weird because it's conflicting with some of the other, you know, medical examiner reports. Typically, what I find in
certainly, though, I mean, that's if you're the defense, right? You're like, this is reasonable doubt right here.
For sure, and I think that usually in cases like this, it's probably a mixture of both. I wasn't happy with how the cop wasn't responding to, you know, his verbal complaints. But then when we saw the full body cam footage, it was clear that it wasn't cut and dry, that he was fighting with them before. You know, there was a lot of things that were just odd about that case. I think for sure this goes towards, again, there's no way that Ellison gets second-degree murder. I just don't see how it happens. Like, I mean, I just don't see how it happens. You gotta wonder. Some people are saying, well, he wants to push, you know, to really make sure that, you know, that they get punished for what they did. Others would say, well, he's probably pushing it so far, knowing that he's not going to get it, and then he's going to have another second wave of craziness to erupt.
Which leads me to really my question, and I know we were talking a little bit off air about this, but that's what I have to keep coming back to in my head, is that there can't possibly be any other reason for Ellison to go for these trumped up charges, knowing he's not going to get them, other than, I know I'm not going to get these, and when I don't, this will just help fuel the fires of all of these race wars, which seems to be their ultimate goal.
I think, well, like I said before, I think that they thought this was a winning strategy. Like, they wanted to, like, drive the dagger home that all of us were racists, you know, and see, look, everyone's finally rising up, and they were going to ride that wave on into, you know, into November. Now they're saying, oh crap, that maybe that was not a good idea. Why else would he hide that body cam footage? He was like, because it would, his actual excuse was he didn't want to release it because he didn't want it to, influence or hurt the prosecution. Like, I'm sorry, but like, every other case I've seen, they've released the full. It didn't hurt the prosecution at all to actually see the evidence.
Right.
It's like.
And that should cause him to lose his license because you're withholding exculpatory evidence.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a serious crime.
Yeah.
If he knew of this evidence, but he willfully, held it back for his own, purpose and case. So, again, if Donald Trump is successful and this stuff continues on into a second term, he's got a mandate to make it go away. Because that's the American people saying that we reject this mob rule. We reject this violence. So, Mr. President, you got 4 more years so that you can fix this. You got 4 more years to make sure that we're not defunding our police, that we're defending our police. So it will be very interesting to see the post-November reaction because, these folks out there keep hearing the polls say Joe Biden's winning. The polls say Joe Biden's winning. Then all of a sudden it's going to come out, okay, Donald Trump wins by 9 or 10 percentage points.
Right.
What are they going to do?
Well, there are new polls. We didn't have a chance to really get into this, but there were new polls that, I think, Jason, you alluded to it earlier, but the polling average shows that it's really tightening. The race is tightening. Joe Biden is certainly not running away with it. His 2020 lead is now narrower than Clinton's was in 2016, and we all know how that worked out for Hillary Clinton.
Within the margin of error of what I've seen in most of these battleground states, which before it was funny, before the DNC, they were outside the margin of error, apparently running away with it in some of these states. I can't remember, maybe you have, Colonel, after a DNC, the opposite, or after a convention, the opposite candidate getting a boost.
Yeah.
Is that what?
No,
I've never seen that.
Well, that's how out of touch they were. And then I think also, if I'm correct, a lot of these polls are registered voters, not most likely voters, which is another telltale.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
So you mean to tell me you think it's possible that maybe all of these people who are maybe registered to vote, who are like burning down buildings or, I don't know, like sitting at home being keyboard warriors on their Twitter accounts might not actually show up to the polls?
That's a possibility. That's why they want to mail a ballot to them and then later on harvest those ballots so that they can do whatever. And remember, the county clerk, the great thing to research, the county clerk down in Harris County, the largest county in the state of Texas, is the treasurer of the Texas Democrat Party. And what did he just send to the governor? He wants an extension of results being turned in after Election Day.
Oh, really? Already?
Yeah. And they're spending $12 million in Harris County on mail-in ballots. Great thing y'all can look into. That's happening right here in Texas.
Oh, my God.
Wow. Wow.
Chris Hollins, that's his name. Treasurer of the Texas Democrat Party, was appointed the county clerk for Harris County.
Wow.
I have a feeling we might
No conflict of interest.
No,
Yeah,
gosh,
not at
no.
all.
Nothing to see here, people. I have a feeling we might be seeing a Glenn Beck chalkboard special on that one. All right, back in a minute. Jeez.
Wow.
Projection. I keep saying. All right, yesterday's poll question, who had the best speech at night 1 of the RNC? You guys said Maximo Alvarez, the Cuban immigrant and American businessman. He won 36.6%, followed closely by Herschel Walker, 29.6%, Tim Scott at 27.9%, and Trump Jr. at 5.9%. There was just something about the emotion that was coming through in his speech that was just... It makes my hair stand up on end just thinking about it. Today's poll, who had the best speech at night 2 of the RNC? That is really original, guys. I didn't see that one coming. Your options are Nick Sandmann, First Lady Melania Trump, Abby Johnson, or Senator Rand Paul. That's going to be a difficult one. I would say all the first 3.
But you know who is a sleeper that people aren't talking about?
Ooh.
That young attorney general from Kentucky.
Yes. Yeah, he was great.
He was a sleeper.
He was really great. What do you think, Jason?
It's hard to, I don't know, it's hard. I was so into Melania's, maybe just because I'm a writer myself. So the speechwriter really brought it home on that one. But
Abby Johnson, though, that testimony for pro-life was really powerful. But I'm also 8 months pregnant, so not that the hormones are doing anything there.
Why am I crying at all of these?